The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of August 29th, 2024 is hereby called to order. How time has flown this summer. Yes. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Javini James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent. This concludes the roll
Thank
call.
you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Thursday, August 29, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1, VI Economic Development Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority. Block 2, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Invited testifier, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and we will proceed today. So good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning again to my colleagues and good morning to the family of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Today, as we heard, from our clerk, we will hear from the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement, and they will both provide testimony in support of the fiscal year 2025 budget. Testifiers, good morning again. I'm going to ask, I know that you're prepared to present your budget to the Committee on Budget and Finance this morning. I'm going to start with Chief Executive Officer Biggs. I'm going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, and then I'm going to ask everyone to put their names and titles on the record. We're going to start with Mr. Biggs, then we're going to go to my right, your left, then we're going to proceed to the other side. Put your names and titles on the record. Mr. Biggs, you may proceed.
Yeah, Wayne Biggs, Jr., Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Tracy Lynch Bola, General Counsel.
Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer.
Dwayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer.
All right. Do you have anyone on Teams or on St. Croix?
Nobody on Teams and no one on St. Croix, Madam
All
Chair.
right. Thank you. Are you prepared to present your testimony?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs, Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. With me today are executive team members Dwayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer, Tracy Lynch Bola, Esquire, General Counsel. I'm also joined in chambers today by the following Economic Development Authority management team members: Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director, Economic Development; Nadine Marchena Ken, Managing Director, Enterprise Zone Commission; Selena Morris, Director, Marketing; Mark Finch, Director, Physical Plant; Kaylee Richardson, Director, Human Resources; Charmaine Brooks, Director, State Small Business Credit Initiative, and Kusa Holloway, Incubator Program Manager. Not available with us today is Monique T. Samuel, Managing Director of the Economic Development Bank. If necessary, they are available to respond to any inquiries you may have. In addition to these team members, I have a few team members that are observers as part of our succession planning. Here with me today is Kenisha Gums, Loan Officer, Lynette Lindesay, the Executive Assistant to the CEO, Lorraine Lynch, our Board Liaison, and also we have a new member of our team, and we'd like to introduce him, Mr. Jalen Hodge. Jalen is one of the GVI Fellows Program members, and he is a recent graduate of Temple University. And his major was Management Information Systems, and he's working with us in our compliance department of the Economic Development Commission as part of his rotation. So we welcome him. This is his first week with us, and we're glad to have him here. And we brought him so he can see exactly what happens in government and how we go about doing budgeting in government. Before I start testimony, I'd like to indulge and ask if we can show a short video that was created by our marketing team using our technology that we use in-house and also using some AI in regard to that. So we'd like to show that we're on cutting edge, and I'd like to present that video before we start testimony, Madam Chair.
Media, you may proceed with the video.
2024 marked a year of innovation, strategy, and growth. With the collaboration of our public, private, and nonprofit partners, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has developed strategies to position the territory as a prime investment destination, rich with opportunities for business growth and industry expansion. We refined Vision 2040 by completing a comprehensive global investment strategy that prioritizes key target industries. Detailed benchmarking and analysis identified technology, coastal and ocean resources, and agribusiness as high-priority sectors to drive investment and diversify the economy. This strategy is supported by a new marketing approach that includes a redesigned agency logo, taglines, website, social media channels, and a brand new place brand promoting the territory as an attractive place to live, work, and invest. We have completed a game-changing shipyard feasibility study, which revealed that constructing a shipyard for commercial and leisure vessels on St. Croix is a solid plan. This venture will spark new businesses, boost revenues, nurture our workforce, and create jobs, transforming the territory's economic landscape. The authority has actively promoted the territory as a prime investment destination with tax incentive programs at 8 major conferences within the USVI and on the U.S. mainland. We have highlighted the territory in various regional and national publications, reaching an audience of over 500,000 affluent readers on several occasions. Efforts have generated significant leads with 20 hot projects that represent approximately over $61 million in potential investments. We continue to engage with these leads through meetings and site visits to turn these opportunities into tangible outcomes. This year, the VIEDC Tax Incentive Program has seen a strong response, with 12 new applications approved, translating into more than $42 million in investment and 96 new jobs. The program currently has 93 beneficiaries, an increase of 16.25% over the past 2 years. We continue to support our small business community through initiatives like the Made in the USVI pop-up shops and kiosks, helping clients increase product exports. The EZC team, with STEP grant funding, facilitated the participation of 5 food entrepreneurs in the Summer Fancy Food Show and 7 small manufacturers in New York Now in New York City, providing national exposure and future trade show opportunities. And we help to facilitate networking between buyers and sellers of local products by hosting a business-to-business event. Through the EDB, 6 local businesses secured over $15 million in bank financing, backed by $6.5 million in federal SSBCI loan guarantees. A recent $520,000 SSBCI award for technical assistance will enhance accounting, legal, and other business advisory services. A good steward of local and federal funds, the EDB manages a portfolio of 63 loans, supporting small business growth and expansion. Since its first closing in May 2023, the VI Slice Moderate Income Home Ownership Program has helped 21 first-time home buyers with $1.9 million in gap financing to support $6.1 million in mortgage financing from participating lenders. The authority has actively engaged the community and educated residents about our products and services through various activities, including public event sponsorships, a multimedia estate planning conference, town hall meetings, and housing fairs. Through FEMA funding, we are steadily completing hurricane repairs and making capital improvements at our EDPC properties to enhance infrastructure and improve commercial spaces for our tenants. Amidst all these successes, we took a few moments to celebrate the unique contributions our clients have made to benefit our community. And we recognize the dedication of our dynamic team. These accomplishments are all made possible through the hard work and innovation of our team of professionals and the support of our board. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority remains committed to driving economic growth and creating a prosperous future for the Virgin Islands.
You may continue.
Thank you. As the foremost economic development organization in the territory, the USVI EDA employs a comprehensive approach to spur economic growth. The authority utilizes a variety of economic and community development strategies to encourage investment, support and expand small business, create and maintain jobs, rejuvenate distressed areas, and offer affordable commercial spaces, all with the goal of enhancing the quality of place for the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As an umbrella organization, the authority integrates the functions of its four main divisions. One, the Economic Development Bank for the United States Virgin Islands, known as EDB, provides equity infusion to help new and existing small businesses grow into mainstream commercial banking customers. Housed within the EDB is the Incubator Program, which is designed to provide management training and technical assistance to startup and early-stage businesses to support their growth and success. Two, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission, known as the EDC, is charged with promoting the growth, development, and diversification of the territory's economy by administering incentive programs to attract business investment. The EDC is comprised of the Applications Department, which is the main point of contact for businesses seeking to apply for EDC benefits, and the Compliance Department, which monitors and provides customer care services to beneficiaries by ensuring that these businesses comply with the terms and conditions of their agreements and other requirements of law. The EDC Application Department also administers industry-specific programs, such as the Hotel Development Act, known as HDA program, to increase and enhance the territory's hotel inventory, and the Sustainable Tourism through Arts-Based Revenue Streams program, known as STARS, to encourage the production of more film and music projects in the USVI. 3. The Enterprise Zone Commission, known as the EZC, uses tax incentive programs and other community development tools to revitalize the stressed areas that were once economically and socially vibrant towns and neighborhoods. The EZC is also responsible for administering the South Shore Trade Zone, known as the SSTZ. 4. The Economic Development Park Corporation, known as the EDPC, is a public corporation that acquires and operates 2 industrial parks in the territory: the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park on St. Croix and the Virgin Islands Industrial Park on St. Thomas, collectively the park. The EDPC also owns the historic Fleming Building in Frederick Town, which houses our main office on St. Croix. Although these entities have distinct identities and mandates, they collaborate to position the territory as a leading business destination and to strengthen the economy. For example, some tenants in the park are manufacturers benefiting from EDC tax incentives. Several incubator clients have progressed to become full-fledged businesses, aided by financing from EDB and tax incentives or export assistance from EZC. Recently, we have also noticed an increase in community development one-stop projects, where clients open businesses in enterprise zones and combine EZC tax incentives with EDB loans. USVI EDA's administrative departments support the activities of the four main divisions. These departments include Administration and Finance, Legal, Human Resources, Marketing, and the executive offices of the Chief Executive Officer and the Assistant Chief Executive Officer. The authority's overall strategy and operations fall under the guidance of a seven-member board. Presently, USVI EDA's governing board has 6 members and 1 vacancy. For fiscal year 2025, USVI EDA has formulated a balanced budget that aligns with its strategic objectives of economic growth and fiscal responsibility. This budget is rooted in prudent expenditure management, ensuring that every dollar spent advances the Virgin Islands economic agenda. The authority is committed to optimizing its budget through performance-based budgeting, leveraging key performance indicators and strategic objectives to ensure efficient resource allocation that meets both organizational mandates and broader territorial goals. For fiscal year 2025, USVI EDA was allocated $6,613,000, maintaining the same level of funding as fiscal year 2024. This funding is essential to support ongoing programs and new initiatives that foster economic development. I will now outline the major budget components and demonstrate how they align with our objectives for fiscal year 2025. For fiscal year 2025, the USVI EDA budget allocates $5,175,616 to personnel services, which accounts for 73% of the authority's operating budget. This allocation supports 48 full-time positions, encompassing 43 current employees and 5 existing vacancies, which includes 1 new position. The number is further broken down into 32 classified and 16 unclassified positions. Additionally, USVI EDA has 1 full-time position that is fully supported by a federal grant. The newly created Director of Compliance position falls under the EDC. This position will oversee all activities within the EDC Compliance Department, ensuring adherence to federal and local laws, regulations, and procedures. The Director of Compliance will be responsible for managing stakeholder reporting and mitigating legal risks by staying informed on legislative changes, both local and federal, impacting the EDC program. This role is essential due to the significant 16.25% growth in the EDC beneficiary portfolio over the past 2 years. The Director of Compliance will be instrumental in directing this increased workload while ensuring that we continue to meet our regulatory obligations and support the EDC's program's growth. The recently created and filled position of Enterprise Zone Grants and Compliance Officer is located on the island of St. Croix. This position has a role which focuses on implementing and monitoring federal and local grants, tax credits and exemptions, and preparing progress reports. And the trade zone benefits. Additionally, the Grants and Compliance Officer is responsible for preparing progress reports, ensuring program compliance across St. Croix, and educating beneficiaries on compliance requirements. Of the 5 vacancies, various candidates are being interviewed, and we are progressing through negotiation or onboarding stages. Despite these positive steps, USVI EDA faces ongoing challenges typical of many agencies and private organizations in recruiting and onboarding talent. To address these challenges, USVI EDA remains proactive and innovative in its recruitment strategies. We actively participate in job fairs and post vacancies on our website, the VI Department of Labor's Views website, and the University of the Virgin Islands alumni database. Additionally, we advertise in print and digital newspapers, social media, and utilize online recruitment platforms such as Indeed and LinkedIn. During fiscal year 2024, USVI EDA successfully negotiated a new 4-year collective bargaining agreement with United Steelworkers Local Union 8249. It is important to note that the authority is current on all negotiated salaries. Professional services constitute the second largest component of USVI EDA's operating budget and is critical for fulfilling our mandates effectively through contracted expertise. In fiscal year 2025, $563,974 is budgeted for professional services, making a reduction of $320,860 from this year's projection. The reduction primarily results from 1. Finalizing the contract for USVI EDA's global investment strategy, along with a complete agency rebranding that included messaging, taglines, new logo, redesigned website to enhance USVI EDA's identity and market position, and a place brand for the territory. And 2, developing online platform for ADC's compliance and EZC applications and compliance. In fiscal year 2025, USVI EDA has allocated $322,814 for marketing activities. This funding is dedicated to critical initiatives such as advertising, promotion, event sponsorships, and participation in key trade shows, conferences, and missions, all aimed at attracting investors to the U.S. Virgin Islands. The plan includes expanding our presence at targeted events, trade shows, conferences, and hosting a local flagship event, building upon the success of 2024. These efforts are aligned with our recent foreign direct investment and marketing plan, aimed at strengthening the USVI EDA brand across priority sectors and emerging opportunities. This funding allows USVI EDA to actively participate in 7 events and exhibit at 4 trade shows strategically chosen to maximize impact and reach influential stakeholders. The increase in our marketing budget also supports dynamic digital campaigns and other strategic promotional efforts, ensuring robust engagement with targeted audiences. These investments position USVI EDA to solidify the U.S. Virgin Islands as a prime investment destination, showcasing our economic potential and inviting stakeholders to partner in shaping a prosperous future for our islands. The projected expenditure of capital outlay is set at $30,000. These funds will be allocated towards upgrading our IT infrastructure with new servers and networking equipment. This investment aims to enhance and secure our current on-premises systems, ensuring greater reliability and performance. Given the progress made in the first 9 months of this fiscal year, the authority is poised to end the year on a high note. Please allow me to take this opportunity to highlight some of our major accomplishments as of July 31st, 2024. In fiscal year 2024, USVI EDA achieved several significant milestones, including completed the fiscal year 2022 financial audit, receiving an unmodified opinion, the highest audit rating, affirming compliance with generally accepted accounting principles known as GAAP. This marks the 14th consecutive year USVI EDA has received an unmodified audit opinion, demonstrating consistent adherence to accurate and reliable financial reporting standards. Maintain financial stability despite delayed allotments, meeting all short-term and long-term obligations. Successfully negotiated a 4-year collective bargaining agreement with Local Union 8249, Again, it is important to note that the U.S. via EDA is current on all negotiated salary increases.
Again.
Dispersed $3.9 million to the Governor's Small Business Innovative Grant awarded to 322 small businesses. This grant provided funding of up to $50,000 to eligible locally registered and licensed businesses with fewer than 100 employees operating in the territory. It supported innovative ideas aimed at enhancing business resilience and fostering innovation within the business community. Leverage partnerships for SSBCI 2.0 program loans totaling $14,983,225 in private financing funds with $6,529,832.50 in SSBCI loan guarantees for 6 businesses benefiting a St. Croix-based restaurant and concrete plant and benefiting St. Thomas-based hotel, restaurant, fishing and marine supply and excursion operations, and a car rental agency, potentially created 75 new employment opportunities and retaining 14 jobs. USVI EDA's success of administering SSBCI 1.0 paved the way for the territory to receive approval from the U.S. Department of Treasury to secure over $57.8 million in SSBCI 2.0 funds, more than 4 times the amount of $13.1 million awarded in SSBCI 1.0. SSBCI 2.0, funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, provides the territory with a 10-year expenditure period. Its expanded products include loan participation, loan guarantee, collateral support, and payment performance and surety bonding. Received a $521,000 competitive state small business credit initiative technical assistance grant to support small businesses with legal, accounting, and business advisory services. Approved 2 direct loans totaling $550,000 for a mixed-use business located in the Frederick State Enterprise Zone and an events party supply store located in St. Thomas with the potential of creating 17 new jobs. Approved 12 new applications for EDC tax incentives with committed local investments exceeding $42.24 million, projected to create approximately 96 jobs and generate substantial wages and charitable contributions. Additionally, 12 certificates were executed, committing $41.4 million in capital investments, creating a minimum of 101 full-time jobs, and generating $5.5 million annually in salaries, wages, and charitable contributions, including educational assistance. Developed a comprehensive global investment strategy and a marketing strategy, including competitor benchmarking, global trend analysis, and industry-specific trade show participation. By prioritizing the 8 key industries outlined in Vision 2040 Economic Development Plan, the marketing strategy will refine the territory's investment-seeking efforts. The 2 high-priority sectors identified for economic diversification are technology and coastal ocean resources. Completed an agency rebranding effort for a fresh image to promote the U.S. Virgin Islands as a prime investment destination to current and prospective investors, clients, and stakeholders. This included the development of a new logo, brand identity, redesigned website, and new social media channels focused solely on investment activities. This process also contributed to the creation of a place brand for the U.S. Virgin Islands, incorporating feedback from the USVI EDA team, public and private partners, and representatives from nonprofit and civic organizations. This brand identity, the first of its kind to the territory, enables all stakeholders to promote the USVI as a destination for living, working, investing, and celebrating our unique history and culture. Showcase the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. VI EDA programs at the Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit, known as CRIS, the Caribbean Hotel Investment Conference and Operations Summit, known as CHICOS, the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, known as FITSE, the Tech Beach Retreat, the Virgin Islands Boating Expo, the 2024 Select the 2024 Select USA Investment Summit, hosted by the U.S. Department of Commerce, and the 28th Annual International African American Hotel Ownership and Investment Summit and Trade Show, hosted by the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers, known as NABHOD. Secured 20 hot project leads reflecting significant investor interest and a potential investment totaling approximately $61.2 million. This milestone involved facilitating 306 meetings with prospective investors and hosting 12 on-site visits through our robust marketing and lead generation efforts. Finalized the USVI shipyard feasibility study, which explored the opportunity for a ship repair facility on the island of St. Croix in the South Shore Trade Zone. The study indicated that a shipyard is a viable opportunity with a positive rate of return, suggesting significant direct and indirect income and a multiplier effect that supports the creation of new local jobs and diversification of the economy. Ramped up marketing and outreach for the VI Slice Moderate Income Home Ownership Program. VI Slice provides gap financing to eligible residents to either buy or build their first home and is funded through $10 million grant from the American Rescue Plan Act. We advertise VI Slice extensively through print and radio media, hosted town hall meetings throughout the territory, participated in housing fairs, and participated in numerous interviews. Through partnerships with local lending institutions, including Capital Mortgage Services of Texas, First Bank, Banco Popular, Merchants Commercial Bank, Oriental Bank, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development, as of July 31st, 2024, USVI EDA dispersed $1,964,057.59 in gap financing to 21 homeowners, complemented by mortgage financing totaling $6,173,412. There are 2 applications that are approved and obligated but not closed for gap financing, totaling $178,464, complemented by mortgage financing totaling $559,000. Additionally, there are 4 applications in queue pending final review for gap financing. If approved, VI Slice financing of $602,967 will support mortgage financing totaling $1,413,000. Provided 6 state trade and export promotion, known as STEP grant plans, with opportunities to showcase their local-made products at the 2025 Summer Food Fancy Show at the Jacob K. Jarvis Convention Center in New York City. The Summer Fancy Food Show attracts thousands of diverse makers, buyers, brokers, distributors, and industry professionals from across the U.S. and the globe for 3 days of product discovery, networking, and business opportunities. Participation of this event may lead to further exposure of future domestic and international trade shows for these 6 STEP plans. Additionally, earlier this month, a STEP grant enabled 7 other STEP plans to showcase their locally made products at New York Now, the top New York City wholesale event, known for facilitating transformative connections that accelerate business growth. These initiatives are funded through 2 STEP grants in the amounts of $168,000 and $160,500 respectively from the U.S. Small Business Administration to help increase exporting activities of small business owners and introduce current small business exporters to new foreign buyers. Assisted 8 families in addressing multiple ownership and probate issues through the Abandoned Property Elimination and Community Business Acceleration Program, funded by a $250,000 grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs. This grant also facilitated the Multimedia Estate Planning Conference, which educated approximately 2,000 residents on the benefits of wills, trusts, probate issues, and powers of attorney. In addition to being a standing room only in-person event, the seminar was simulcasted on Zoom, Facebook, radio, and television. Conducted a business-to-business, we call it a B2B event, where local vendors from both districts showcased their products and services to buyers from public and private sectors. Within a month of the event, all vendors had received wholesale purchase inquiries. Managed approximately $100 million in grant funding from a variety of agencies, including the U.S. Economic Development Administration, EDA, the U.S. Department of Treasury, the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA, the U.S. Department of Interior, DOI, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, USDA, RD, the VI Energy Office, EO, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, and the Department of Planning and Natural Services, the Resources, DPNR. Completed 98% of Phase 1 of the hurricane repair project at the Virgin Islands Industrial Park on St. Thomas, which involved substantial structural and aesthetic enhancements. This replaced over 15,000 square feet of roofing material on bays 1, 2, and 3. And I would like to say that this is pretty much 100% complete now. We will do the final walkthrough tomorrow and go through the punch list and make sure everything is there. But it also allows us to begin Phase 2, which we plan to construct a 10,000 square foot office building in Industrial Park, and we'll move from Niski Center to that office building. The authority recognizes the importance of fostering new ideas and initiatives to encourage investment, improve the employment outlook, and promote a spirit of entrepreneurship in the U.S. Virgin Islands. With the funding requested for fiscal year 2025, we will be positioned to execute goals that forge a resilient economic future through innovation, partnerships, and community collaboration. Our fiscal year 2025 priorities include, but are not limited to, 1, participation in a minimum of 3 new industry trade shows and events. These platforms are invaluable venues for connecting with key industry players, decision makers, site selectors, and potential investors. Through these engagements, USVI EDA can effectively highlight the unique advantages and opportunities the U.S. Virgin Islands offers, including its strategic location, favorable tax incentives, and skilled workforce. The primary objective is to attract investments in priority sectors such as renewable energy, technology, tourism, and agriculture, as outlined in the recently completed Global Marketing and Vision 2040 plans. By showcasing these advantages, USVI EDA aims to strengthen its position as a prime investment destination and facilitate the establishment of businesses within the territory. 2, attraction and retention of motivated and fairly compensated workforce in achieving our objective. Therefore, we will continue efforts to complete a comprehensive compensation study to align job responsibilities with market trends. This study will help us attract and retain top talent, ensuring a fair and equitable pay structure and motivate our employees. By investing in our people, we are investing in the future of the USVI. 3, amending statutes and rules and regulations for the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, and the Enterprise Zone Commission. This initiative is essential to ensuring that our regulatory framework is aligned with current economic realities, trends, and best practices. By modernizing these regulations, USVI EDA aims to create a more transparent, efficient, and investor-friendly environment. This will not only attract new businesses, but will also support the growth of existing ones, thereby driving economic development across the territory. This process is intended to commence in the latter part of fiscal year 2024 and conclude in fiscal year 2025. 4. The continuation of efforts to bring all EDC beneficiaries to one-year review cycles. This fiscal year, we implemented the use of 4 compliance consultants and plan to expand this strategy into the following year. We have observed an increase in the number of completed reviews and plan to sustain the momentum. This approach ensures that we maintain a high standard of compliance and accountability. Regular reviews allow us to monitor the performance of beneficiaries more effectively, ensuring adherence to regulatory requirements and provide timely support where needed. This will enhance the overall effectiveness of the EDC tax incentive program and contribute to the sustainable economic development of the territory. 5. Enhancement of collaboration with public, private, and nonprofit partners to ensure synergy across all sectors and drive implementation of Vision 2040's 8 aspirational goals to foster economic diversification and prosperity in the territory. USVI EDA will continue to actively engage with the executive and legislative branches to mobilize committees recommended by Vision 2040. These committees will be instrumental in enhancing the business climate by proposing and implementing policies that support sustainable economic growth. Through these partnerships across the various sectors, USVI EDA aims to foster a conducive environment for businesses to thrive, attract new investments, and contribute significantly to achieving the long-term development goals outlined in Vision 2040. 6. Increasing the loan portfolio by $5 million in credit quality loans and guarantees. This will be achieved through several strategic initiatives. First, a comprehensive marketing campaign will be developed to raise awareness of ADB's diverse range of products and services. This campaign will include targeted outreach efforts across multiple channels, including social media, digital and print advertising, and community engagement events. Additionally, educational workshops and webinars will be organized to inform potential clients about the benefits of EDB's offerings, demonstrating how the bank's products can support their business operations and growth. To further enhance accessibility and efficiency, an online application portal will be created. This portal will offer a user-friendly interface, allowing applicants to easily navigate through the various loan options and requirements. Step-by-step guidance will be provided to ensure that applicants have all necessary information and documentation at their fingertips. The portal will feature real-time application status tracking, automated notifications, and secure document uploads, reducing the need for in-person visits and paper-based processes. This will save time and resources for both the applicant and EDB staff. The robust security measures will be incorporated to protect sensitive information and ensure confidentiality. By leveraging technology and implementing a targeted marketing campaign, these initiatives will attract a larger pool of potential borrowers and expedite the approval and disbursement of loans, ultimately contributing to the overall efficiency and effectiveness of ADB's operations. 7. Continuing the modernization of the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park facilities remains a priority to enhance tenant satisfaction and attract new businesses. In the upcoming fiscal year, our primary focus will be on completing the necessary 2017 hurricane repairs at the park. Additionally, we are committed to advancing Phase 1 of the microgrid project, which will provide reliable energy solutions for tenants of the park. 8. Completion of the repairs of the Fleming Building, USVI EDA's St. Croix main office building. In conclusion, the fiscal year 2025 budget is a strategic blueprint designed to drive economic growth, enhance fiscal responsibility, and improve the quality of place for the residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We are committed to executing this budget with utmost diligence and transparency, ensuring that every dollar spent contributes to the sustainable economic development and growth of the territory. The overall success of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Department is due to the contributions of an innovative, progressive, and dedicated team of professionals. I thank the USVI EDA Governing Board for their guidance and the entire USVI EDA team for their diligence and professionalism in executing the agency's goals and finding new ways to improve the quality of place in the Virgin Islands. The USVI EDA team is also grateful for the support of the 35th Legislature and the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his administration. I look forward to continuing our collaboration. Thank you, and my team and I await your questions.
Thank you for your extensive testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go to a 5-minute round with EDA today. Let me ask a question, and this is something that has been on my mind for quite some time. And I have to go back and look at the legislation that actually created the Economic Development Authority. But I know annually the legislature provides, as you are here, provides funding to support your operational expenses. And I see this organization as a organization that should become self-sustaining at some point. How long has the EDA been around? When did we create the Economic Development Authority? I don't have the law in front of me.
I think the authority as the umbrella organization was created in 2001.
2001.
2000?
I think it was 2001 was the original legislation in reference to that.
So we're going on 24 to 25 years, right? And I think your ask this year is, I think, $6-point-something million. But I would like to hear from you, because, you know, this is an important program, and it's a program that I know, while I was not here at the time, that it was never the intent to have the program sit under the general fund for your operational expenses. So what are the things that we can do to remove the responsibility of the general fund providing the EDA's operational expenses? I mean, there may not be anything, but I need to understand what is it that we can do, because as I look at the RT Park, we don't have those challenges with the RT Park. As I look at, I'm going to keep it to RT Park for now. So talk to me. I need to understand if there's something from a legislative perspective that we can do to support that work. I think is important, because the EDA does bring in significant dollars into the territory through, I mean, all these programs that you laid out. I think you did an excellent job. I almost asked you to play the video over. It was just so enlightening and informative. But I'm very interested in finding out how can we collectively and collaboratively work to wean the Economic Development Authority. While the number is small, we do know that our tax base is also small. So we have to figure out all the ways possible to ensure that we are utilizing our general fund in the most effective and efficient manner.
Yeah. But let me first say, I think the RT Park program and our program is designed somewhat differently in reference to how the beneficiaries are approved and what their commitments are. But unlike other entities, such as, I'll use WAPA or Port Authority, where they generate fees and they get to keep the fees, our fees are generated through taxes, and the taxes go directly into the general fund. So we don't get a chance to remove any of those taxes. So if the legislator gives us 10% of what we collect, we could easily come off, being here on a normal basis. If we had a funding source that provided some of the taxes that came in from our beneficiaries back to us, then I think we'll be able to come off and be self-sufficient. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very, very difficult in reference to that. I mean, we can charge X amount of fees for an application and X amount of fees for compliance, but it will not generate the type of revenues that are needed to run an organization and attract new businesses here to the territory. So it would have to be tax-based, and you'd have to give us back a percentage of the taxes that are collected from the clients that we bring into the territory.
Okay, so the $6 million is literally a drop in the bucket based on what the tax benefits are to the territory. I think it's an important
Yeah.
conversation, and that's why I asked
It
the
is.
question, because we need to understand, why it looks the way it looks.
Yeah.
So,
we're in the process of doing our impact analysis report again for the last few years. We haven't done one for several years. So we're preparing an RFP, and once you get that RFP, you'll see the impact that the authority has on the tax base, but also on the territory, as far as the wages that are paid, the contributions that are made, whether it be to Department of Education, to educational assistance, the charitable contributions. You'll see that impact. So we hope to have that ready in mid-2025, and we'll share that, of course, with everybody once we have that available.
so mid-2025, we should look forward to seeing that.
Mid-2025, not mid, yeah.
Mid.
Yeah, let's say third quarter 2025.
All right.
Because we're just putting the RFP out and stuff, and we have to give them an opportunity to, prepare the data and everything. But if we get it sooner, we'll share that. We're happy to share that because for us, it shows the value that the program brings to the territory. So we're happy to show that.
Absolutely. So before I proceed, we're going to go to the 5-minute round, but before I proceed, I neglected to recognize the presence of Committee Vice Chair, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Please mark Senator Francis as present. Also, Senator Samuel Carrion. He was present when the roll call was made. He is on St. Croix, and Senator Capehart. Thank you for being here, non-committee member, as well as Senator College Joseph. Thank you for being here, non-committee members. Okay, I had another question, but I'm going to move on, and then I'll come back to it. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, CEO Biggs.
Morning.
And your supporting management team there with you, and also all of your other members there in the chambers. And thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. Your ask is the same as last fiscal year, $6,613. $6,613, which is 73% of your budget. You have 48 full-time employees. You have 5 vacancies, correct, at this time? And you have 1 new position to onboard. Those 5 vacancies, any of those positions are considered critical, and
All of them are considered critical by me, Senator. We've been actively trying to recruit for those positions, some of them for a period of time. Yes, so they're definitely critical. They will alleviate some of the duplication or some of the, the efforts that we have staff doing double roles and that sort of stuff to get stuff out. If we could get a full complement of staff, I think that would be great. I'd also like to mention now, as we increase our portfolio, we're definitely going to have to continue to increase staff also, because we can't do compliance with the same level of employees as we increase the portfolio. So we're going to need to continue to increase staff.
okay, let me ask you then, in respect to staffing, etc., and your marketing strategies, how many trade shows have you done this fiscal year?
We've done several trade shows this fiscal year. Like I said, including a lot of the hotel shows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. We've done about 9 shows thus far this fiscal year.
9 shows?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. And in respect to those 9 shows, have you basically have any hit in terms of return?
Yeah, we always got a lot of interest. I mean, that's where we generate our interest. And what we do is we use a program called HubSpot, and that's our client relationship management systems program we use. So once we get the contact, we send information and emails to the clients regularly, and we try to keep the Virgin Islands in the forefront of their mind. So we collect cards, we have interviews, we do sit-downs at those trade shows. So yes, we do have contacts, and that's where when we talk about hot projects, those are potential projects that we see that we're engaging over and over with individuals that we've met at various shows.
Your foreign investment and marketing plan. What have you seen from those marketing plan when it comes to your foreign investment? And what does that look like?
Yeah, foreign investment, I mean, any kind of investment from outside the territory we consider for the most part foreign investment. It's not like the U.S. where you want another country to be invested in. So most of our investment comes from the northeastern side of the United States. We've just recently created the plan, so we really haven't done any of the shows or anything in reference to the plan. We're gearing that plan up for fiscal year 2025. But we expect that we're going to have the same type of results that we've had, like indicated. We've been able to grow the portfolio in spite of, in all honesty, some of the infrastructure issues we have here and stuff. We've been able to grow the portfolio and attract investments here to the territory.
And in your testimony, you spoke to your high priority sectors in economic diversification, which is technology and coastal ocean resources. And you spoke to the shipyard and study that has been done. What are the next steps in respect to the shipyard?
The shipyard, I mean, of course, we don't own the land where we did the study for the shipyard. The shipyard was really a study that was done to show that it is feasible and to put that in front of investors to see if we can get some investors to invest in that and diversify the economy. So the shipyard study, like I said, is done. The next steps is, to try to find an investment that's willing to move forward with that. So we're shopping that around and showing that it is feasible. In regard to that, and I think we've provided the Senate with a copy of that full study also that shows that it is feasible depending on the size ship you're trying to look at and repair.
Okay, let me ask you quickly before my time is up. On the post-audit report, page 5 of 37, under capital outlay, there is a $147,000 difference between fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. What's the reason for that?
Yeah, the reason for that is we had to replace some vehicles in fiscal year 2024.
30 seconds.
So we bought 4 new vehicles. We don't anticipate buying those 4 vehicles in fiscal year 2025.
Okay, what about office supplies? There's a difference of at least half from 36,000 to 18,000 for 25 budget season. You have a full stock on board or something? What's going on there?
In this fiscal year, we had several major purchases. For instance, we purchased headsets and desk fans and so forth for the staff, and we don't expect to have those purchases in fiscal year 2025.
Okay, very well.
Time.
And also in closing, if I may, Madam Chair, your objectives for, I'm going to stay in 24. Let's stay to 24. You spoke to your accomplishments, and you revived the U.S. VI EDA Employee Relations Committee, including a wellness, social, and team building committees, and you spearheaded ongoing initiatives to enhance employee engagement and morale. How did you go about doing that, and what does that look like moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, that committee is really a committee that's housed within our HR department, so they kind of lead that, but it's employee-generated. So what we've done is we've created a committee that looks at problems before they develop. It's similar to a labor management committee, but more on areas where we can interact. We could do team building and that sort of stuff pretty much in reference to that. So what we've done is we've had a lot more activities where we've done a team building activity. We've done hikes together. We've done cookouts together in the office, a variety of different things just to get to know each other a little more socially and not only in the professional atmosphere as we do. So we look at wellness also. We've done wellness challenges, a variety of different things, who lose the most weight, who walk the most steps, that variety of different things we do to engage employees.
And I see you improve your loan portfolio by some $2 million. What was the amount before?
I can give you those figures in reference. I mean, our portfolio continues to increase. The SSBCI 2.0 program has allowed us to guarantee more loans and larger loans. So that's primarily geared towards that. But we continue to lend in a direct lending program also. But it is important for us to get as much money through the SSBCI program on the street as possible. We've been allocated $57.1 million, but we get it in 3 tranches. But we can only draw down a tranche when we spend 80% of the prior tranche. So We have to spend 80%, so we have to spend about 14 million, and we're a little past halfway there within 3 years, and then we got another 18.1 million, $18.7 million, sorry. We'll get another 18.7, and then we spend that, and we got, so it moves along. So we're trying to get to that second tranche, so we're actively participating with the banks and getting the banks to do these guaranteed loans, and we see more activity now coming from the banks as a result of the the SSBCI guarantee program.
Thank you so much for your response, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
All right, thank you, Senator Blyden. So just off the top, before we drill down into your different programs, and just going back to the conversation I asked earlier, off the top of your head, and I'm sure you have some information outside of the whole impact, because I know the impact is tied to other, all the other ancillary benefits that we receive as a result of the economic development, those companies that's benefiting from this program. But just the hard revenues, not the in-kind and the ancillary items. What would you say that we are generating on an annual basis from the street economic development program?
If I was to include taxable income, wages paid, hundreds of millions of dollars. I can't give you, I can probably give you a better figure later on, but it's hundreds of millions of dollars that's being done. Local purchases, which allows now other businesses to pay gross receipts.
Not that piece. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
that
but
piece.
if you do just direct investment directly into their business, the taxes that are paid and the wages that are paid, it's hundreds of millions of dollars.
But you should have data within your organization for each respective beneficiary, correct?
Correct.
So in collecting that information, you would know that Donna EDC company hires 12 employees and da-da-da-da-da. So that information is information that you should be able or collecting within your organization, no?
Yeah, I don't have that with me
Outside of
today.
the
That's why I said
impact.
I can provide that to you later. I don't have that with me. We do what we call a cost-benefit analysis.
Okay, good.
And we do retract all of that information. Yes, we do local purchases that are out non-local. We do wages paid, taxes paid, investment made, the amount of worker. I mean, we have all of that information, but I do not have that with me right now.
So do you compile that information on an annual basis outside of your impact study that
Yes,
you
we
plan
do.
to do?
That's what we're going to use for the impact analysis, to compile the impact analysis. So yes, we do.
So can you provide this committee with that high-level information outside of your impact study?
We can.
And the reason why I'm asking this question is because when I look at the other organizations, I'll just give you a quick high level on this. Let's just talk about the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. So they benefit from the hotel taxes, and X percentage of the hotel taxes go back into our Tourism Revolving Fund in order to ensure that we are able to do tourism, advertising, tourism-related work. And I don't see that your organization should look any different, because then it places you and your team in a position, we incentivize you to push harder. Not saying that you're not pushing, because you gave an excellent presentation here, but as you come before us with, this is our operational expenses, we need 6 million, a percentage may give you 8 million, and then it says that now we can do more. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. I mean, and I can provide that.
You know?
I don't have that statistical information here, but I can provide it to the
Okay, so I'm
committee,
going to
yes.
ask that you send that back to the committee, because I think that you shared earlier, this program has been around for 20 plus years, and we have to figure out ways.
I'll provide the last 5 years so you have a
Perfect.
understanding of the 5-year
Perfect,
period.
perfect. And it's not that we are taking away from the tax base, because we're still giving it back to you. But I think this is an important enough program that we should be incentivizing you. And
We'll be happy for the
I know you ain't going to
incentives.
deny that. Yeah,
No, we're happy for the incentive.
Yeah, I know that you're not going to deny that. So we would like to look at it to determine whether or not this is something that we can really make a reality, if not now, for the next season. Okay, Senator DeGraaf, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All of you listen and note. And present, you know, I've been reading this here, so I wanted to start right up. You know, congratulations on your audits. You know, keep doing that great work, but I'm going to paraphrase it. No, I'm going to read it straight. It is important to note again that U.S. VI EDA is current on all negotiated salary increases, successfully negotiated a 4-year collective bargaining agreement. Okay, so that covers the 32 classified employees.
Correct.
Any retro older than them?
No.
So they are being paid currently, or would that be?
They are being paid currently, and October 1, they'll move on a new step that we've created.
Okay, great. So October 1, they're going to move to a new step.
Yeah.
Okay, so your acts of 5 million will cover all of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so now that leaves 16 unclassified, with from that 16, 5 vacancies, so it leaves 11.
No, that's
And
in addition to those 5 vacancies. We have 16 and an additional 5 vacancies.
Okay,
The
so
vacancies are made up
48
of
and
both.
5.
Yeah, the vacancies are made up of both.
Okay, so the 16 unclassified employees, when last they received the wage
October
increase?
1 last year. Same time when we give classified, we give non-classified a raise also.
Okay, so October 1, 25, well, 24 this year, they're going to get one too?
Yes.
Okay. What percentage? I need to know. So they could know, you know what I mean? They're here, so they could hear.
Classified is 4%, unclassified is 3%.
Okay. 4 and 3. Okay. See, that wasn't too painful. Now they know.
No, I just
right?
had to think about it that
Yeah,
second.
because I'm saying, you know, for the 8 years I'm here, you've been here with me, and I watch your team grow, and you bring a lot to the table. You know, the discussion of 10% of what you bring sounds good, but again, it's having all the data and things so we could scrutinize the numbers. And for me, it's always employees first. Now, your facility, I heard you talking about building a new facility.
Yes.
Where would that be?
That's going to be at the Virgin Island Industrial Park, up above subbase, up by Victor's Hideout, up on top of the hill there.
Okay, so how soon you think you'll be in that?
We hope to start at least the RFP process and so within the first quarter of fiscal year 2025, and we project about 18 months to 2 years for the build.
So presently, the facility that your employees are in, what is the work environment?
It's pretty nice offices. We're in Niski Center, and we have fairly nice offices.
Okay, so 'cause I saw you had 30K you mentioned for your IP infrastructure build out.
Yeah, we try to keep on cutting edge, and we try to keep improving our IT. As you know, computers get outdated very quickly, so every so often we update our servers and make sure our servers are working well and everything else.
Okay, good. You know, I have a couple of things, but I'll go straight to the VI Slice program. You know, I've been advertising the VI Slice program big, and it's good to hear. So the numbers on VI Slice, again, I think you mentioned 21 persons?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we actually just closed a loan this week, so we're up to 22.
Okay.
You know, individuals that are now closed and in the homes.
And you know, you may not have the data, and it may be irrelevant, but I have been speaking to young males and females. Do you have a ratio in regards to that 22 as to how many female versus how many male are applying for and receiving these loans?
No, we didn't. We don't keep that type of analysis. I mean, we could probably break it down that way, but we didn't. We haven't broken down We've gotten broken down by districts, you know, by banks, but not by male and female.
Okay, for me again, you know, I think it's mandatory in the territory to support the women that are keep driving, but to keep the men on par.
Yeah, I will say we're seeing a lot of married couples also.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Even that, and that's good, because I think that's what it's for. The estate planning that you did, you said you simulcasted it out to different, I guess, platforms, and you mentioned 2,000 persons. How did you determine 2,000 persons?
2,000 persons.
30 seconds?
I think that's from venue to venue, but we also look at hits. We keep algorithms just like everybody else.
Right.
We could count the hits that we got. We could count how many people turn on to see. So we keep those type of statistics.
So that's the total count, 2,000, or the individual bodies who showed up to the events? Is what I was trying to get at.
Total, yeah.
Total. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Because I'm saying that to me is very, very important. That's one thing that's missing in our territory. It should be mandated in schools to teach estate planning from elementary schools for the children to grow and understand. Because too many of Virgin Islanders dying out and leaving properties, children are fighting to the end, so foolishness like that.
Time.
And in closing, if I may, Madam Chair, the EDA program, do you have a collaboration with the University of Virgin Islands in terms of the businesses that you're bringing in and the type of degrees that we are providing toward our university will be educating our students to some of these businesses?
If you want to call it a collaboration, I won't say no, we don't have a collaboration, but we have a regular communication.
Okay.
And I'm also on the Workforce Investment Board, and so is Commissioner Malloy, who sits on our board. So we are always in collaboration and saying these are the demand occupations, and we need to look at these occupations and stuff in reference to creating degrees. Additionally, many of the EDC companies themselves work with the CEL program, or they've created some sort of associate degree in relation to the type of workers that they need and provide that. So they provide direct support also to UBI, many of the beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, just picking back on Senator DeGraff's line of question, you shared that you granted salary increases in fiscal year 24.
Yes.
However, your ask for fiscal year 25 is the same number as fiscal year 24. So that means that you would be reducing some other areas of your operational costs.
Not necessarily. I mean, we're prepared to move our budget as needed, but we've also had some savings in various areas that we can use to augment and pay those salaries. So we plan to use the savings we've had from previous budget year to pay for those salaries in regard to that. So as we budget, we move forward in regard to that. But again, whatever savings we've had because we've cut expenses in various areas, or we maybe had a vacancy saving in all honesty because we didn't fill a position, we'll use those salaries to pay for the cost of the increases.
Okay, so just for my edification, you receive a hard check from the VI government for your operational expenses, or how do you process your transactions?
Good morning again, Kelly Thompson-Webb, Chief Financial Officer. We receive a monthly allotment through ACH from the GVI. From finance.
And your monthly allotment, you process your transactions through internally or through the ERP system?
Internally.
We process, all our transactions we do internally. We do not use the ERP system. So
basically, based on the response of Mr. Biggs, from year to year, you realize savings from the $6 million, or whatever we appropriate in the respective fiscal year.
Not year to year. Occasionally, we may realize savings because we have not filled a position or because we're able to cut expenses in a various area. Sometimes we have something that we have to spend and we don't have a surplus. We have a loss in that particular year. So we do keep a small reserve where we're able to, again, from time to time, make these adjustments without coming back to legislation asking for additional funding.
So I'm asking this question for a reason, because usually when the fiscal year ends, I don't know that your funds are available until expended. So when the fiscal year ends, the funding should end as well. So you have, I think in fiscal year 24, did you receive capital outlay funds? Because these are one-time expenditures for that respective year. And this is why we have to pay so close attention to how we are appropriating these funds. Did you receive capital outlay funds in fiscal year 24?
No, we did not. We receive a lump sum budget.
Right, but your presentation before the legislature, was it inclusive of capital outlay funds.
Yes. we
Right.
did have- mhm.
So while you receive a lump sum, we provide the funding based on your capital, based on the categories rather that you requested the funding for. So every year does not look the same. So that's why I'm asking the question about how the funds are allocated once you receive them, because I note that in fiscal year 25, 24, I think your capital outlay ask was like 177,000, and this year your ask is 30. You see what I'm talking about? So we have to look at our numbers closer so we can make sure that we are not providing you more funding than you need based on our current setup. If we were set up based on the percentages of what you're generating, that's something totally different. But when you say you have salary increases, to my colleague's point, however, you don't need additional resources, it means that we have been providing you funding over the years, or in some instances, from time to time, that you may not have utilized all those funds. And where we are in our deliberations, and I try to make sure I share this with all of the departments and agencies that come before us, we are challenged. I mean, I'm certain that you attended the, I actually missed it this year because I was out of town, the Revenue Estimating Conference. And in that conference, it was shared with the community and with us as senators that we are seeing a $90 million deficit. However, since then, we're seeing that that deficit has, that gap has reduced to about 70 million. The expectation is that tomorrow, when does August end? By the end of August, Saturday, we should see the revenues generated from our property taxes. So we have to make sure that we are balancing this budget. So as you asked for 6 million last year, received 6 million, you had one-time expenses in there. So if you have one-time expenses, we need to know what those one-time expenses are so we can figure out how to best provide the resources. As minimal as it may seem, we have a lot of, what do you call them, nonprofit? So we call it like the pork barrel part of the budget, where we provide nonprofit support services, and we struggle to do that annually when we don't have like the deep information as to how we address the one-time expenses that we provide departments and agencies. So
Right.
that's the reason for my concern.
We fully understand that, Senator, and that's why we try to do a budget that is very realistic. I mean, we didn't come back, for instance, the same budget category you use, where capital outlay. We clearly said that, we're not buying the vehicles again, so we don't need that. But when we're giving a lump sum budget, so we've allocated that portion that we're not using now to some of the salary increases that will be required, so we don't have to come back and say we need salary increases from you. Additionally, we don't get allotments timely. So we have to reduce areas and we have to move money around and do a variety of different things to make sure we're able to continue operations. So when you give us a budget, it's not that we're getting it on the front end. We're getting it whenever we get it. Additionally, I think it was last month, we got notified that it was a 5% cut. So, we ain't getting the same 600,000 that we anticipated and we budget for in regard to that. So a lot of things happened during that time, but we try to keep the budget very honest, and we try to, indicate clearly so you can identify, and the post-audit identify, we have a reduction in this area, but we're using that money somewhere else. So you'll see personnel go up, but you've seen the capital outlay come down. We haven't asked for any additional money because we've absorbed that with a budget that we thought was our budget ceiling.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next senator, but the one concern that I do have is the advertising and promotion. That is a major part of your, that's your marketing budget, right? So I'm seeing that your marketing numbers for FY25 have dropped.
Yeah.
It's not significant, but there's a drop. So we believe that our responsibility is to ensure that we are able to continue to ramp up our marketing, because we want to see the program explode, the program, more beneficiaries come to the territory.
And we completely on board with you,
Okay.
Senator. Let me just say, in reference to marketing, we do marketing and we do lead generation. So you may have seen that separation in budget, and you might see some lead generation money.
Say that again.
We do marketing is more our advertisements, but also part of our marketing is lead generation. So you'll see some money in lead generation also in that area, because the lead generation is usually when we go out and we use people to help us generate leads to various industries and everything else. So it's not just marketing and it's a. I guess we'd have to go through it, and that's under professional services, because we're going to
Okay.
use people to help us market. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have your advertising and promotion. I'm going to go to Senator Joseph because she has a point of information. And then you have your lead generation where you have professionals,
Right.
small professionals type.
and that would be
service
part of our
contract.
marketing also, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, fair enough. I just want to drill down and understand it.
We're
Okay.
happy to help with the numbers.
Absolutely. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Fonseca.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in your questioning to Mr. Biggs, I latched on to one of his statements when you mentioned about them having monies left over from previous years. Mr. Biggs, you indicated that you have a reserved fund. How much money is in that reserve fund? That's what I latched on to.
Yeah.
It's a minimal amount. It's just
What is
yeah.
the amount?
Kelly,
And where is your money kept? And through the chair.
Well, again, being semi-autonomous, we're not part of the ERP. So
I understand.
no,
all
I
of
just want to
that.
explain. So when you ask where is it kept, it's kept in one of the local banks for the most part. We do have some investments that we do also to generate additional funding for us. So what we've done, and we've gotten board approval to do this, is, for instance, monies that we've had, like say in a loan account, we're maximizing the money by putting it in a high-bearing interest account so we can have additional money to lend to individuals. So we're generating interest in some of those areas. So there's a variety of different accounts. So it's either going to be a Banco Popular or it's going to be a First
Okay,
Bank locally.
so I need to know the monies, at least to know, have an understanding of the funding that you have in your reserve account. Is it, because you just completed your audit, kudos to you, but I know when you're doing some audits, you're supposed to keep certain money separate. And I don't know if you do that.
We do that. We don't commingle money.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
because that's why you got that really good grade.
Right.
Okay, so kindly indicate how much you have in your reserved amount.
off the top of my head, I'm thinking maybe $440,000.
Say
in that ballpark.
say it into the mic,
Oh.
Ms. Webb.
Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking about 440,000.
440,000.
Yeah.
I just asking them the question, Madam Chair. $440,000 you have in your reserved fund. I do have
I
some.
like that. You ask them when is your turn.
I do have some follow-up questions because I want to understand their full accounting. Thank you so
Sure.
kindly.
And I definitely appreciate your questioning because it's important that we really understand. So you understand what we're going with this. So I get it. Thank you so much for that. And if we need additional time, we'll give the additional time because this is very important information. Someone wants to say something? You may proceed.
Just to follow up to the question, I want to say per quarter, our operating expenses are about $1.2 million. So the reserve still isn't sufficient enough to cover one quarter, which is the aim, being that, as Mr. Biggs mentioned, we do receive our funding from the Department of Finance, and at times the allotment is delayed. And unlike the central government, we do not, our payroll is processed internally. So if we don't have the funding, unfortunately, we won't be able to pay our employees. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
When people hear reserve, when people hear reserve, they think that you got this money put aside. But again, because we're semi-autonomous, and I'll just use again, the Department of Labor, if they don't get the allotment, their payrolls are still processed by finance. If we don't get our allotment, we can't process payroll because finance is not processing on payroll. So it's important that we have some sort of reserve that can take us over and can keep us paying our employees and making sure our employees are being paid.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting, revealing conversation because I could understand the transfer of the operational dollars, meaning minus personnel and fringe. but you processing your own personnel while you're getting your personnel salaries from the general fund. Yeah, this is very. Yeah, usually when you're doing your own processing, you are generating some of your own revenue. So let me ask you, because I saw, and this is a piece that, we don't know everything about the program, and I don't pretend to know. So let me ask you, you have rental properties, correct?
Yes,
And
the industrial parks.
The industrial parks. So when the funding, the revenues that you generate from your industrial parks, where do those funds sit in the EDA for operational purposes, or those are also deposited into the general fund?
No, the industrial park is a separate public corporation as under auspices.
I see.
So it's not included in this budget. So the money that is generated for the industrial park goes toward the salaries of the employees in the industrial park and the capital improvements and everything. So that's a whole separate entity unto itself.
So
it's not part of the EDA budget.
So that's self-sustaining.
That's self-sustaining, yes.
Self-sustaining. And how much
Yes.
money do you generate from your industrial park on an annual basis? $1 million?
Roughly $800 to $1 million in rent revenue.
So in rent revenue, eight to $1 million, and that takes care of the operational expenses, your repair, your maintenance, etc. And how many employees do you have under that particular?
We
budget?
currently have 3, and we have 2 being processed for hire. So we'll have 5. Hopefully within the next 2 weeks, we'll have 5.
Okay, good. So that's important for us to understand how that works. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. And a special welcome to EDA, Mr. Wayne Biggs, and the whole staff. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings.
Thank you.
Okay, so a budget of $5,175,616. You have 48 full-time positions. Your staff is, paid on time, your union contracts. You got a modified opinion, clean opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, the auditors, I think for about 14 years, the auditors are satisfied. Great. So, EDA is like, today is actually a real good day because we have 2 high-performing agencies coming before us. Following you in the afternoon is property and procurement. And you notice something similar between all of those, you kind of like see that you've met and you have the same outfit and you dress. One of them used to be Latry, but since your point guard bolted, I got to say no, EDA now is the leader. So, this agency is like, you won the championship, but, our job as a senator is to make sure that you continue to get better. Maybe your turnovers or your free throw is good. So I want to go into the SLICE program, and I wanted to ask, and it's wonderful because last time we were here, you only had 2 banks, Merchants Banks and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Now you have Capital Mortgage, you got First Bank, you got Banco Popular, you got Oriental Bank, you got all those banks in the program. So it shows that you're doing very well. No, and I also have to congratulate you because you made some changes with the gross household income. I think you went to 43%, and project cost, the 60%. It shows that you're doing well, and congratulations. But let me ask you, so of the 21 that was approved, how many were not approved in the SLICE program? What are the numbers that have not been approved?
As of today, we have 22 approved, and we have 2 that we determined were ineligible for SLICE funding. So we declined 2.
Okay. Well, we got testimony just this week from the Housing Finance Authority that they have 494 mortgage-ready clients. Are they communicating with you, and are you seeing those 494 individuals that are mortgage-ready?
We're in talks with them regularly. I will say we have different levels of income thresholds. So I think 1 or 2 of theirs were able to take advantage of the SLICE program, but right now we don't have a pipeline of people from them coming to us for a variety of different reasons. Again, they still have to qualify for a mortgage through the bank, and then we do the gap financing.
Yeah.
So that's one of the issues.
Okay, because they represented to us this week that they have 494 mortgage-ready clients. So that would indicate to me that they're ready for a mortgage. Okay, so I want to go down to the $5,000 down payment because I know you and I have spoken about it. But you see, we need to try to help our residents the maximum extent possible. I know if you're buying a home, you got to show the commitment. But I think it's at your discretion or at the board discretion. Can you look at they've qualified, they've done the mortgage program, they've done the home ownership counseling, so you can possibly waive that $5,000?
Yeah, again, I don't think even if we waived it, it would make much difference because they have to qualify for mortgage to the bank. And because many of these entities sell the mortgages in the secondary market, you have to have some skin in the game. So if the down payment is X amount of dollars, they're going to have to show that they have some of those reserves to make that payment in reference to the bank when we're doing a qualification. So we can look at it, but I don't think it's going to make that much difference. We do that for veterans because with the veteran programs that allow for that, but most commercial mortgages don't allow for no down payment at all.
Yeah. Well, I understand and I appreciate your willingness to give it reconsideration because, you know, the $5,000 can buy about 20 yards of concrete so they can help pour the floor and it can actually go, because, you know, when you're trying to build and refinance a house, $5,000 is
30
actually
seconds.
a good amount. So I wanted to go real quickly. OMB gave us testimony yesterday that their BEAD program, they have $27.1 million and they are looking to, you know, the digital area, investing it in being competitive in the digital area. So I would think that OMB needs to talk to EDA because you're the expert in attracting foreign investment. Has OMB communicated with you about that $27.1 million in the BEAD funding?
I haven't had any conversation with OMB at this time.
Okay.
Time.
Madam Chair, can I just, okay. So there's also the Own a Lot, Build a Home program that the Office of Disaster Recovery, the governor's authorized representative, have spoken to us. Have they been in communication with you with that Own a Lot, Build a Home program?
Yeah, we're trying to see how we can potentially marry the programs together, but because they're both federally funded, it makes it a little different. You can't use federal funds usually to fund another program. So we're in constant communication, and we've been helping them create guidelines and everything in reference to their program.
Okay, awesome. You know, and one thing I want to say, you know, with your agency, it's very similar to the others where the CEO is, you know, awesome, but also your assistants are awesome. You know, property and procurement have an awesome assistant, and the directors are awesome. So you can see all of the similarities, and you know, keep up the good work. But let's try to continue to get Virgin Islanders to get the home ownership. So I would appreciate it if you, next time you come here, you were able to tell us you waived the $5,000. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
I'll see what I can do, Senator. Let me just say, if I can, Madam Chair, for clarity purposes, when I say we have 22 approved and closed loans, we actually have 32 slice loans that are approved, but the other 10 are not closed yet. So until they're closed, we don't necessarily put them on our books because we haven't expended that money. So the number is a little bigger than the 22 that we're talking about. We're just waiting for those loans to close and move forward.
All right, thank you. So you have some federal grants, correct? Do you receive indirect costs or administrative fees for these, for your work that you do with these programs?
Some yes, some no, but
Yes, some yes, and as Kelly Thompson-Webb, Chief Financial Officer, yes, we do receive indirect costs on some of our grants.
And how much on an annual basis do you generate in indirect costs?
It varies.
This fiscal year?
This fiscal year, it was not a significant amount because it's as you spend the funds, you get the indirect cost drawdown. And I'm thinking
Okay, so fiscal year 2023.
2023. Where do I have that number?
We could come back to the question, give you some time.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
No problem. Senator James Sr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question is regarding the post-audit report for professional services, page 29, which speaks to lead generation. And in FY 2023, it was $93,251. FY 2024 projection, $371,047. And for the FY 2025 budget, you're proposing $175,000, a 53% change. And I just want to know what caused the increase in FY 2024 and what caused the decrease in FY 2025, knowing lead generations leads to potential customers.
Yeah, on the professional side, I mean, when we did the study in regard to the FDI study and the marketing and strategy in reference to a company called OCO assisted us in reference to rebranding and changing our logo. And so we've completed that contract. So that was part of our marketing efforts also, is to rebrand and change and everything else. We've completed that contract in fiscal year 2024, so we don't need that money again to be spent in 2025. So that's where the difference is. They've also required to do a variety of different things in that contract. Like I said, as part of the overall marketing picture, we're still going to be doing lead
So to
generation.
stop you right here, so it's not impacting, it impacts more of the marketing side and less of the lead generation, is what you're saying?
It's not impacting anything.
Okay.
Because we're still going to have lead generation, but what it did do was this study allowed us to rebrand. It came up with a marketing plan. It came up with a strategy, all of that. We don't need to create a new strategy and a new marketing plan. We have it now to use for 2025.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record, because from the time I saw that drastic decrease, it was a little alarming, but thank you for placing that on the record. And I heard you mention about renewable energies and the 2040 plan. Does the FY 2025 budget supports that? And if so, how much do you have dedicated to make sure that you have the proper consultants or whatever the case may be to expand in the areas of renewable energy, knowing that the Biden and Harris administration is supporting heavily renewable energies?
Yeah, I mean, Vision 2040, that's part of Vision 2040. So it's not part of our operational plan. It's more part of our visionary plan in reference to Vision 2040. And yes, we have trade shows that we've identified to attend and try to receive investors.
You answered my question. You answered my question.
Thank you.
Don't want to belabor the issue. On page 31, I realized while I was going through page 31 of the post-audit report, I saw here where you have a lot of leasees who are delinquent. I'm not sure when this was submitted to post-audit. I'm assuming that a lot of them came into compliance. Are you having some challenging times there as far as those who have been delinquent?
I mean, we have a couple that are delinquent as a result of just standard operations, but most of these, at the point we've worked out the issue, I mean, we do have NTI is still delinquent and farm balance things, right? The others we've worked out. You know, we're working out through repayment plans based on business cycles.
Okay, just want to make sure. And then as far as your, I have it right here, professional training and due diligence reports, you referenced that on page 15, right? As far as your team and your personnel, do you use your internal team or do you use consultants specifically for wanting to increase in professional training and due diligence? How is that? Explain to us. And if you can just let us know how many dollars will be going towards those efforts.
Yeah, we use internal and we use external. So depending what it is, we do a lot of online training using webinars.
1 minute.
Using. We have an internal HR training system that we use in reference to different modules, so employees can work at their own pace and do training at their own pace in regard to that too. But we've brought in, if we need an accountant to assist us in reference to accounting, we'll
30
bring in specialists
seconds.
in areas that we need to bring in specialists also. And we use it as needed.
Because you said, well, based on the post-audit report, page 15 of 37, your fiscal year 2025 objectives, I just want to reference one of them, to explore improvements to background investigative and due diligence reports. So my question to you is, how do you plan to go about doing that? And if you have money in this budget to support that, like how are you going to go about doing that with the FY 2025 budget?
I mean, I think we have money in reference to supporting that. We do, for instance, all of our background we do in-house, in regard to that. So we're trying to find ways to improve those. We're working with different entities. For instance, if we need a foreign background, it's a little more difficult than doing a background check for somebody who's a U.S. citizen. So we're working on those different ways and how we can do those background checks.
Okay, because I just want to make sure as we explore and we want to attract investors, we just want to make sure that we attract the right investors and put in the necessary dollars to make sure that we do our due diligence in the Virgin Islands. And as far as...
Time.
Well, you see, time was called. I would just end by saying this, right?
You can
If
go
there's
ahead, Senator.
anything that you had to reduce in this budget and you would like to see increase, just a wish list, what would that be? Like, if it's one thing one strong area that you know for sure you need to put more emphasis in when it comes to the FY 2025 budget, what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, there's two areas actually that if I had $1 million that I would use to spend in different areas. One is I would increase salaries within the department because I'd like to be able to retain the staff we have and have those. I mean, I think good paying jobs does retention. We've lost staff to other better paying entities, so that's one area. And then of course there's always a need for additional monies for marketing because we're always trying to do something different to attract investors here to the territory.
Well,
salaries and marketing.
Well, my only suggestion to you is just have a long-term plan and just do it in phases. So, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Tell us a little bit about the microloan program and on a scale of 1 to 10, how is it benefiting the community, or if it is benefiting the community? Or do you see opportunities for improvement of the microloan program? I know that there was legislation that did some repeal and replace, I think sometime in 2014. I know that now there is a requirement. I'm not certain if it's by law or it's internally for the loans to be secured, etc. So tell me how that's benefiting the community.
Yeah, the microloan program is probably one of our most popular programs. So it does benefit the community, allows for startup businesses, for expansion, and it allows for just very minimal collateral. So it is definitely one of the better programs, or let me say the most active programs we have. There are some amendments that we're going to propose in reference to all our loan programs, because what's been happening is somebody may need, and I'll use two loan programs for instance. The Frederick State loan program has a cap of $20,000. The interest rate is 5%. If a business is in Frederick State, they probably ain't going to do the Frederick State loan program because the microloan program is good for Frederick State. It's 4%. It's a $50,000 cap. So we need to consolidate some of the programs, and some of the programs that we're not using, we need to put those monies into programs that are most used. The best way, I think, for our programs to be operational, we've talked about this in-house, is to have one conglomerate of money, and we determine which program is best for you based on program guidelines, and we can pull that money from whichever way, with the exception of the federal funding program, because we can commingle the money that we've gotten for the loan revolving funds for those programs. But the local monies, it would be better if we were able to do that. What we've been doing to help people is that if you came in and you need a $100,000 loan and your business makes sense, but we only have $40,000 in one account, that really is the account you should do. We'll pull from one account, we'll pull from a next account, we'll give you 3 different loans to make the $100,000. With me, you have to make 3 different payments, which is not really the best way to do it, but it's how we've been able to help the community get the monies that they need. So we're going to come in and we're going to ask for all the loans that are locally to be consolidated, and we have different program guidelines, and then when you come in, we make that determination for you. Yes, some of these programs were done in reference to trying to improve various areas. Again, I'll use the Frederick's did. You know, farmers and fishermen, we have a special program for that. But we use the microloan program because the farmers and fishermen, you have to be a commercial fisherman for 2 years, a commercial farmer for 2 years. It has a smaller limit. The microloan program have a higher limit. You don't have to be for that 2 years. You could be startup company. So there's a lot of conflicts in reference over the years how the laws created these lending programs, and we need to clean that up. And we're in the process of doing that in-house now and bringing a package to saying this is what we'd like to do and this is why we'd like to do it in reference to those loan programs.
Okay, so I'm very, very interested in finding out from you when we are going to see that, and I'll tell you why I asked. So a few years ago, we had a discussion with you, I believe. We had meetings with all of the senators with regards to 4 areas, and this is not specific to the loan program specifically, but it's specific to just the overall challenges or areas that you see needed to be amended. And I think there were 4 particular areas that required some amendment. I picked up one of them. We did one, but there's still 3 that's on the table that we have not seen any movement on. And, you know, like I said earlier, this EDA, this program overall, all that you do within this organization is very important to the community, from the EDA side to the loan side, et cetera, all that you do. So when will we be able to see that those recommendations around the consolidation? And I do agree with you that it's important for us to look at how do we consolidate it. It benefits more, because now I have to fill out 3 different applications, justify 3 different applications, wait for different parts of money to come.
Well, we do it under one, but we internally move money from here to help you. Yeah,
I see.
Yeah,
So
we wouldn't make you go to the extra step.
So
we do one big approval by the board, and then we pull from the loan funds that are available that you qualify under.
So when can we expect to see those recommendations coming?
Yeah, we have
down
some
up to
management retreats planned over the next 2 months in reference to just putting time for amendments. We've been so busy with so many other programs that we haven't sat down and really looked at all the amendments, because we want to bring really a full package and make sure it doesn't conflict with other program areas. For instance, you know, our HDA package can be stacked with our EDC. There's a conflict between those 2 programs right now in employment. Under HDA, your local employee has to be 5 years before hire. Under EDC, it's 1 year before hire. So how do you know, mend them together and that sort of stuff? So we're overlooking the whole thing, and we'll bring a package together in reference to all of those programs for you. But by the end of first quarter 2025, we should have that put together.
So based on the proposals that you brought before us, I'm going to say 3 years ago. About 3 or 4 years ago. There's none of those legislations that you are ready to push forward to address some of those challenges that you're experiencing with.
I think we've addressed some of those previously. I mean, we've had that discussion, and in 2022, we changed a lot of the stuff that we had talked about under the EDC law. We probably going to do a full rewrite of EDC law, bring it to you in reference to just so it reads better, not that we're changing provisions, but so it reads better. Because you got to search for stuff in EDC law. There's stuff in EDC law that is not codified because it was added to an act. So we know the act is there, but if somebody's looking at the EDC program, they don't know it's there because it's not codified somewhere else. And I use the 2500, the Department of Labor. If you want to check that, you can't find that anywhere in EDC law. But we know it's in the act in reference to that requirement.
That's
so,
what we just changed in 2020.
No, we didn't put that in. That was before.
That was before.
Done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we have a conflict since that, and we need to address that conflict also, where the investment, you invest 1 million, it's 5 years, you invest 2 million, it's still 5 years, you know, so we need to look at some of those things. But we'll bring a complete package to you. What we do is we've been talking also to practitioners, you know, to make sure that they understand why we're doing it and how we're doing it, because we hate to come in here and we're at different ends of the table in reference to us, the regulators and the practitioners who are doing EDC companies coming in and testifying into different things.
So just very quickly, how many microcredit loans that you issued in FY23 and in this fiscal year? Do you have that information?
I don't think we've done any microcredit loans in this year because we've used the development program for some of the loans we've done instead of the microloan program because they were larger than the $50,000 requests that was coming in on the micro.
So when was the last time you issued microcredit loans?
Probably 2023 fiscal year. And I have to look at the number. I don't have that number here with me, but I can provide that.
2023, you said?
Yeah, the fiscal year 2023.
So that's the last time you issued those loans. And you said you spoke to a small percentage of securing the loan. What is that small percentage? 50,000.
The $50,000 loan, we do a UCC, best available collateral is usually what it is. The micro doesn't require that, so it's pretty much just a UCC.
Explain UCC for the public.
UCC is a lien that we put on business assets, and if a business goes belly up, the time you look for the business assets, they've sold all the assets, or the assets are gone. So it's really a lien that has very little value for the most part.
So when do you decide to have the discussions with, or pull a trigger rather? Do you take these beneficiaries, these loan beneficiaries, to court if they're not paying on these loans? Do you have that internally?
Yeah, we do that. We take them to court. We do consent judgments internally.
Mm-hmm.
If they're able to pay because they're still in business, we may do modifications. We do salary assignments if they're not working for the government. So there's a variety of different things we do in reference to repayment.
I see. So you're comfortable with how you are administering this side of the program?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and of course, good morning to the folks from the EDA family. And thank you very much for your comprehensive testimony, CEO Biggs. I see you're wearing a red tie today.
Everybody's asking me about red tie.
I don't know what that means. I thought you were coming into a friendly environment.
This is a friendly environment. Actually, this is burgundy, this is red. So let's get that clear. Burgundy with blue.
It looked red to me from here. All right. Again, I really want to thank, of course, the work that's been done by the EDA. I believe that post the closure of Hovensa, I truly believe that the saving grace for the government of the Virgin Islands a lot of times was, in fact, the EDA. And that assisted us in diversification of our portfolio and taught us a great lesson that we don't want to continue to put all our eggs in one basket. So I really want to thank you for the work that you've been doing there. I know under questioning some time back, you felt that the contribution of the EDC to the general fund was about $350 million. Is that still within the ballpark that you?
I would say somewhere in that area, yes. Like I said, we're in the process of doing a new impact analysis, which will really define that for us.
Yeah.
But my best estimate would be in that area.
Okay. And do you believe that we have increased over the years or decreased?
I think sometimes it goes with cycles. I think we've increased. We've seen an increase in our portfolio. So if we're estimating, I would say we're estimating that we have increased the tax base somewhat. But we did see a decline after, for instance, the pandemic. Although we had the beneficiaries, we only generate income if the entity is generating income. And when there's that disruption in the economy, sometimes it has ups and downs in regard to that.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the EDB, the Economic Development Bank. What's happening in that area right now?
The Economic Development Bank has indicated we're doing very well with the SSBCI program right now. We're administering the VI Slice program, which I think we've grown that program significantly since the last time we've been here. But we're also administering the other loans that we have in portfolio. And we don't see our delinquencies actually going up. We've been able to staff out that bank now, so we're at full staff, which we haven't had full staff for quite some time. So I think a lot of good things, and that's why we really want to bring those amendments in where we can, I think, move the bank even further along. We've basically been operating several programs for our sister agencies, and a lot of it is being done either through the accounting department or through the bank. We're doing VI Slice. We did the DPNR CARES Act for farmers and for fishermen. We're doing the Solar Plus program for the Department of Energy. So there's a variety of different things in addition to lending that we're doing through the bank.
And it is your testimony that you believe that the bank is effective in being able to reach some of our local small businesses as well.
But definitely, I would say we do 90% of the smaller startup small businesses in the territory.
Okay. And of course, I guess our small business are taking advantage of those benefits that's available.
I don't think they're taking it as much as could be, but understanding the business climate and stuff, there's a lot of anxiety in the business community right now in reference to, business growth, what's happening with the infrastructure locally, the cost of power. I think it's having a direct effect on, businesses and potential growth of people starting businesses. The cost of doing business is not a cheap thing in reference to that here in the territory.
Okay, real quickly, in terms of vendors payment, do you have any pending vendors payments that's owed?
None. We're up to date with all our vendors payment.
WAPA, utilities paid up to date? Okay. Any litigation, judgment, or reimbursement that's pending as a result of any court actions or anything else? Any large sums?
No.
Nothing there. Per diem, how much have you expended in per diem? And per diem for board members and those.
Well, we got per diem in two areas. I mean, we do per diem for travel and we do per diem for board members. You want a total or you want it broken down?
Yeah, per diem total.
I could give you the per diem for the board members.
We'll take that. I'll take what you have.
Okay. Just 1 second.
Okay, while we look for that, in regards to the microgrid, and we've been talking about that for quite some time now, and we believe that that's really an instrument that we could use to attract a lot more of your tenants. Where are we with the microgrid initiative?
We're actually having direct discussions now. We had direct discussions with an entity that wanted to provide a microgrid to the industrial park previously. However, because we're still fighting with FEMA in reference to cost, we weren't able to meet the timelines in reference to that particular entity. So we had already committed to have that microgrid there. We now have a new entity, and we're moving from a roof-based system to a ground-based system. And we're in talks with them now in reference to how do we get building number 2 on first, and then how do we expand it? What kind of trenching do we need to make in the park and that sort of stuff to run the lines? How much solar panels it will need, and can we do parking under the panels and that sort of stuff? So we're in early stages with this entity, but it's moving forward well, and we hope to have that project finished by fiscal year 2025.
All right,
30
and
seconds.
As my 30 seconds wind up, let's talk a little bit about our South Shore Enterprise Zone, my baby. That I carried for almost 5 years and finally have been delivered. I'd like to see that we're able to grow that baby. What's happening with the South Shore Enterprise?
Well, we've mapped it to Port Authority. As you know, Port Authority now has a triple P that's ongoing with them. They own most of the land, so we're in talks with Port Authority and a triple P as to what we can advertise, what their plans are in reference to building warehousing, that sort of stuff. We did do the shipyard feasibility study to show that it is feasible to have a ship repair facility within the South Shore Trade Zone, but we continue to try to develop that. We're working with Renaissance, Synchro Renaissance Group in reference to seeing what we can do with that property also. I know me and you have had some external discussions in reference to that, but that's going to be an integral part in reference to the trade zone property also. We do have some interest. In October, we do have a roundtable of investors that are coming down to look at potentially investing in the South Shore Trade Zone. So I think those invitations have gone out to you already. So we're hoping that we get lucky in reference to getting one of those investors to pick up the shipyard or another project in reference to doing some assembly or some cold storage in that area.
And what about the $1 million that we put towards the marketing of that? How much have we expended on that so far?
I'll let Kelly answer that, but we did expend some funds because we did the feasibility study for that. We have mapped the trade zone. We are marketing the trade zone and going to different conferences like Select USA, which has all of these entities from around the world. So we have spent some money from that.
Okay, I will provide that, the response for that after. I'll just give you the board member per diem fee is $2,550 for the fiscal year so far. And I'll look up the amount spent in the South Shore Trade Zone. And I'll get that to you.
And while we look for that, any SWOT analysis done thus far on the 2040 vision plan? Have we been able to take a look at that and see where we're at in respect to the 2040 vision fund?
We're looking at that internally. I will say that we last week have written to the governor, asked him to activate some of the committees that's required in the plan. So we're always looking back on the plan and so we can move forward. We've tied the Vision 2040 to our marketing and FDI strategy that we're moving forward. So we continue to do that. I know Department of Education is using that as a basis for their educating for the next 20 years. Department of Labor is using that. So we're having that conversation with other entities and sister agencies also.
All right, thank you. And just one quick follow-up on that is, how are we marketing or educating those new individuals that's coming on board in respect to the Vision 2040? A lot of times I see where we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. New people are coming on board and they're not privy, they're not understanding, the vision that have gone into preparing a lot of these plans. What's happening in that space?
We're prepared to talk to anybody in reference that we haven't had any real discussions, and I don't know, when you're referring to new people, I'm not sure exactly who we're referring to in reference to new people, but we're continuously talking about Vision 2040, and as you can see from our presentation, it's part of our push in reference to moving the community forward. So I know we've had conversation with the governor about it in reference to Vision 2040 and his team, so I'm not sure which new people we would be.
Just quickly, for one example, we have the new executive director of the Housing Finance Authority, for example. Okay. I think it's so important that we leave a level of succession in terms of this information, that when these people come on board, there is an orientation, a briefing of some sort, so that this work can continue.
We have a meeting coming up with him, and we'll be happy to discuss Vision 2040. So we've already reached out to them in reference to a meeting in reference to housing in general. Mm-hmm. And we'll be happy to talk to him. Let me just say, I saw when Kelly said about $2,000 in per diem, faces looked a little questioned. I will say that we only have 2 private individuals, and we haven't really missed any board meetings. We're on schedule for our board meetings and everything else. So we had a decision meeting up to Tuesday of this week in reference, public hearing and decision meetings up to Tuesday of this week. So yeah, our board has been very supportive, and we don't have anything pending and waiting board approval right now. We're ready for this next scheduled board meeting on September 12th is what we're getting ready for.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So you share with us that you have reserve of about $440,000, correct? That's correct?
Roughly.
Roughly 440. Do you have investment accounts?
Yes, we do.
Is that inclusive of this reserve?
Yes.
So your investment accounts are held in what bank?
JP Morgan.
Okay, so your investment accounts are outside of the territory?
Yes.
Why?
Interest rate. We were given a 5% interest rate on our investment, and prior to that, we were getting 0.5%.
So you're getting 0.5% from our local banks?
That's correct.
Are these investments collateralized?
They're treasury bonds.
They're treasury bonds.
Yeah.
And how much did you invest? And what's the source of the funding that you invested?
We invested roughly $30 million.
And the source?
The source of the funds are local and federal.
So
they're mostly our lending funds that we had balances in the lending fund account, and to generate additional revenues so we can basically re-lend that money, we invested those funds. We've kept small balances so we can activate quickly if we need to, but we're generating and we can pull that money down at any time. So
that was my next question. So the investment, the revenues that you generate, you put it back into the program?
Yes, correct.
So you don't have the opportunity to utilize any of those investment funds for anything other than putting it back into the program?
That's correct.
Correct.
And how long have you been in this type of relationship?
May 1st, 2024.
Okay, so this is recent.
Yes.
This is recent. Okay, and did we have any discussions prior to us moving out of the Virgin Islands with any of our local banks? You said a 0.5%. Did we share with the local banks? That was not
We
satisfactory.
did, and after we started moving monies, then we got some offers, but we had already started moving monies to those accounts. But we did have, and we did tell the banks that we're going to be moving those funds prior to us moving them also.
So you shared with the local banks that you're moving them prior to because of the small return.
Well, we told them we're getting better returns here.
All right. Okay, so, one of the things is, what's important for us is the information that once we're in the budget conversation, while the funding is small, information like what you're investing, etc., is important for the overall discussion. So I think that, that's one of the things that we should have as we discuss our update, because that's basically what this is. It's not only about the budget, but it's also about, what's happening in your organization. So it gives us a broad spectrum of what's truly happening outside of the programs, etc. We still need to know that you're investing funds, and those investments are being put back into the program. So I'm going to ask you through the chair that you send back to us. Are you seeing any ROIs, return on your investments to date, May, June, July, August?
Yes.
Okay, so we would like for you to share that information with us through the chair, please. Okay? All right, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Pardon?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues, to the family that is testifying before us, the economic development team, and everyone that is viewing and listening. It's a very revealing type of morning. We're getting a lot of information. I want to thank the Chief Executive Officer for such a comprehensive testimony and providing that to us, and commend him for the accomplishments that they have obtained so far. We've seen some growth, some increase, and that's good. There's some target areas that they've been achieving, so that's always commendable and good to hear. Also for your audits that see they were returned unmodified opinion for the 2022. Who's the company that does your audit?
Burt Smith and Company.
Beautiful. And they audit all four divisions within the organization. Also, the Economic Development Park Corporation is also audited?
Yes.
Beautiful. And I heard the CEO mention that that's self-sustained, right? The Economic Development Park Corporation is self-sustained.
Yes.
Very well. Regards to Economic Development Bank, can you share with us the amount that you have in delinquent loans that are in error and haven't been paid? And I see, well, you get that information. I think my colleague was asking in regards also to the loans. I know before you provided non-collateral loans, but now you're not doing that. And for small businesses, it's very difficult to begin a business when they can't secure funding. Are you have any interest in maybe in the future providing uncollateral loans? And why you made the decision for the change?
Yeah. Let me say the delinquency rate in our portfolio right now is about 9.4%. And the second answer to the question, no, I am not interested in providing non-collateral loans. I will take best collateral, and so I would take the UCC on business assets. And if you have other collateral that's better than that, I'll happy to take that. But it doesn't prevent you from getting the loan if you don't have collateral, because best collateral means I'll put a UCC on your accounts receivable, your inventory, your furniture and fixtures, that sort of stuff. So the business will have some sort of business assets. particularly the
Right.
assets you're
And based on
buying with the loan funds.
Great, thank you for that response. And based on your response to delinquent percentage, it says 9.4.
9.4.
Can you translate that into a dollar figure?
It's about about $800,000.
About 800,000. And the oldest that you have among the list?
I don't have that information available right now. We can provide that information to you, but rest assured that we're always in the process of doing workout payments and finding other ways to try to bring these delinquencies in line.
Beautiful. Through the chair, please, to also, there was some conversation about the reserve.
1 minute.
And I have a few questions regard to your operating budget. But what bank accounts? First of all, how many bank accounts does the authority have?
Roughly 40 to 50 accounts.
40 to 50 accounts. And how many of those are for operating purposes?
About three accounts.
About 3?
Yes.
Which
30 seconds.
bank?
We have two operating accounts. One is in First Bank and the other is in Banco Popular, and our payroll account is in Banco Popular.
Banco Popular. Through the chair, can you submit a list of your bank accounts and the balance on each account?
Excuse me, Senator,
to this committee?
that list was submitted to the Senate during the post-audit request.
With the balance in each account?
Yes. We could provide an updated listing.
Yes.
Okay.
Please do. That's it. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. We will now hear from Senator Kalaji Joseph.
Through
You
the chair.
recognize-
Through the chair.
Sure.
Yeah.
One second, Senator Joseph.
When we say we have 40 to 50 accounts, it sounds like a lot of accounts, but remember we don't commingle money and we have different loan funds. When we're giving money, for instance, and I'll use the $1 million the legislature gave us for the trade zone, that goes into a separate account. So we open an account for everything to make sure that we can account for every penny and where those monies are coming from. So it sounds like a lot of money, but again, we provided a list because we're transparent, but we do that so we don't commingle funds.
I'll respond to this.
Okay, understood.
Oh.
So you're basically saying that many of those accounts just have small balances in them?
Some do, yes.
Yeah.
Some have small. I mean, we're doing a solar program that would have account. When we do a Hotel Development Act, that has an account. I mean, everything has a separate account.
Got it. Understood.
Could I take this opportunity to respond to Senator Francis' questions relative to the South Shore Trade Zone?
Yes, and I had asked you for some information.
And I could
as well.
respond to that as
Okay,
well.
you may proceed.
Okay. The balance in the account for the South Shore Trade Zone is $381,063, and we spent to date $618,937,000. And relative to the indirect costs, in 2023, we got indirect costs on our STEP and TAP grant. In 23 was $12,758.95. And in 24 to date, we've spent we've received in indirect costs $5,214.49.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Morning
Still
still.
morning, still morning.
Wonderful. Good day. To everyone, you, Executive Director Biggs, as well as your hardworking team. Know that I am very elated to read your extensive report. It was written really well. And I want to highlight this one thing, that 2022 financial audit, wherein you utilize and this is what all accounting should utilize, and I used to put it in my grant application, the general accepted accounting principles. That's very key, and I'm glad that Ms. Webb is constantly reiterating that you keep separate accounts for each funding source that you receive. So that's very good. I also want to commend you on negotiating your collective bargaining. You used the United Steelworkers. Excellent. I had the opportunity to meet the Secretary Treasurer of the United Steelworkers National. His name is Frederick Redmond, and I just text him to let him know, because we had a very robust conversation at the Democratic National Convention on the elevator of all places. And he said that we in the Virgin Islands are having an issue with paying our union workers their fair share and what they have negotiated. Imagine you're hearing all of this from the outside. So people on the external, national level are looking in. So I took a picture of your testimony and I sent it to him, so he know that one agency at least, Mr. Biggs, is paying their workers their negotiated salaries, what they have bargained for. So kudos to you and your team. That's how you keep people. That's how you keep people working for you and do the extra mile. Now let's go down to your grants, because that's my forte. And I want to ask you regarding, and look and follow with me on page 32 of 37 of the post-audit report. Here under this grant that you received, this would have been, you received this money, about 4.2 million. And it says here, this is from the Department of Treasury Authority Public Law, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. It says it expired on December 31st, 2023. You had a balance of $41,960. Were you able to expend this money timely, or did you send some of this money? I mean, it's a little drop in the bucket, but any money is some money here. Did you expend all of this money timely? That was $4.2 million.
Good day, Senator Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer. That funding went back to the GVI, which is the Office of Management and Budget, and I think they repurposed the funds to other projects and programs.
So just be clear, Ms. Webb.
Okay.
The $41,960 went back.
Yes.
That's the total that went back to the GVI.
Correct.
To the Office of Management and Budget.
Yes.
Okay, I
And
will
that-
note that.
And let me explain. The reason that went back was the innovative grant had X amount of businesses, and when it was time to disperse, these businesses were no longer in business and didn't want the funding. So that's really why they had a small balance, and when we closed out the grant, we returned the money to the Office of Management and Budget where the money had come through.
Okay, very good. I understand that. That's a very practical, and so the Office of Management and Budget now has that in the pool of the ARPA funding.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Now, I want to focus on this $521,000 you receive through a
1 minute.
competitive grant. What is, and I want to applaud you for going after that, because this grant is going to help our small businesses, which is the lifeblood of the economy. You see, small businesses play such a vital role in pushing and building our economy. And this grant is, what's your time frame? When did you receive this grant? I didn't see it.
It was awarded last month. I mean, it
Last month?
Yeah.
Yes.
We do have a time frame that
30
is pretty much the
seconds.
SSBCI program, which is a 10-year program. In regard to that, and what it is for is to provide accounting, legal, a variety of specialized expertise to small businesses.
Good. That is a very critical grant, and I'm glad your grant writing team really did a yeoman job to just get this, because this might be just the starting, because we have a lot of small businesses that need this kind of specialized help. They cannot get it from legal services, and I need to know, when are you going to start to push that out? When are you going to start to launch it?
We're working on the RFP now in reference to getting the contractors on board. And once we have the contractors on board and we've selected them, then we can move the grant forward and say these contractors have been selected to provide this legal services to small business,
What is
this accounting services. So we expect within the next 60 days we should have that available.
Excellent. That's good. Madam Chair, I just want to wrap up with one final question. Thank you so kindly for allowing me. Now, I wanted to go to this very good leverage partnership you have, and you stated here on page 10, SSBCI, where you were able to give 6 businesses benefiting St. Croix Restaurant and Concrete Plant. What concrete plant in St. Croix did you give a loan to? Because I voted for a concrete plant to be built and receive a rezoning here in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, it's United Corporation.
United Corporations. And when do you intend to expend all of the remaining funds from this loan program?
As I indicated, Senator, the quicker we can do it, the quicker we can draw down the next tranche. So again, this is guaranteed program, so we're depending on the commercial institutions. We're hoping, and we have a 3-year window, we're hoping that within the
3
next, well, a year has gone, so we're hoping within the next 2 years we're able to pull down at least the next tranche, and then we have another 3-year window in regard to that. But we're up to about $8 million loan through that. We need to get to 14. We're hoping that we could do that within the next 2 years.
Thank you so kindly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really am impressed with your presentation and your team, Mr. Biggs. Do not sit on your laurels with this compliment, but keep on pressing on regardless. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, can I correct something on the record, please?
Certainly.
Yeah, I read a wrong figure. Our delinquency as of today, this was the beginning of the year was what I gave you. As of today, it's 1.7%, and it's about $21,000. That is in a delinquency. I misread. I said 9.4800,000.
Delinquency on?
Senator Carrion had asked a question in reference to the delinquency in the EDB portfolio.
Okay.
So I wanted to correct that. I read from the wrong line in the
And
report.
you've seen that delinquency reduced over the years?
It's been reduced. Yeah, 1.7% is
That's
really
very negligible.
Yeah.
So we want to congratulate you for that, because I know that over the years, which predates your time, we've seen, and not necessarily with this program, but we've seen where the delinquencies were very high, hence why you've had to make some internal adjustments. But, as we do the work, as you do the work, we have to figure out what are those windows, what are those opportunities, rather, to provide, to kind of open up the programs. And I think the idea that you have with joining the programs together, and then you have your loan program unit, you have your collections unit, you have those in place, right?
Right.
So we should be able to kind of be a little more liberal. As a tad bit more liberal.
Again, we're a very liberal lending entity. We're not a collateral lender, and that's why when Senator Carrion was asking in regard to would you be willing to give up collateral completely, we take best available collateral, and each loan has some collateral, particularly when we're giving you the money to buy collateral stuff, whether it be inventory, accounts receivable, furniture and fixtures. So we take best available, and we're a cash flow lender. And so basically, when the banks don't want to lend to startup because you don't have a history, we lend to that startup. And that's why sometimes you see in development lending, which we are, you see higher delinquencies because we're taking a chance when nobody else wants to take the chance.
So your collateral is basically based, it's not, what is that word I want to use? So it's per application.
Yes, best available based on each individual applicant.
Got it. Yeah. So it's not a hard, you have to give this percentage,
no,
X percentage. It's based on what the application looks like.
Right.
And the ability of the applicant to sell their business proposal.
Yeah.
Get it? That makes sense. All right, Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the EDA team, Director Biggs, on your team. Good morning. I just want to say I commend you and your team for doing a great work here in the territory and providing such a detailed testimony today. But I'm glad that you even clarified about the loan delinquency, because that was going to be one of my questions. I know you have compliance officers. How many do you have on St. Croix? How many do you have on St. Thomas?
Currently, our compliance officer is within, they are within the EDC division. And we have, in that division, we have on St. Croix 3 compliance officers. And on St. Thomas, we have 3 now. And we also have a consultant that we've been working with, who is a former temporary employee that's been doing some outside work for us. So we basically say we have 4 on St. Thomas. On the Enterprise Zone Commission program, we have 2 compliance officers, 1 on St. Croix and 1 on St. Thomas.
Okay, great. Have you contracted a vendor to protect your network systems, your programs from digital attacks?
We haven't.
Cybersecurity?
Yeah, we haven't contracted a vendor in reference to that yet. We spoke to that up to yesterday in reference to creating some insurance in reference to that. But we are looking into, what it would cost and how do we protect our digital world of information that we have. We use firewalls right now, but we are looking at, what it would cost in reference to creating some other contractors and doing basically a digital audit also.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony about the economic impact analysis study for the EDA program. Do you have a timeline for when you expect for that to happen, the completion?
We expect to get the RFP out within the next 60 to 90 days, and then we expect it to take about 6 months to complete. So roughly the 3rd quarter of fiscal year 2025 is the aim that we're looking at right now.
Okay, great. Also about the USVI shipyard feasibility study, do you have a timeline on that also? And who did you commission to complete this study? And can you tell what would be the opportunities do you expect from this study?
The study is complete, and that was part of the package that we submitted to the legislature, so you should have a copy of that study available to you. If not, we're happy to provide it, or it's on our website. We used a firm out of England that did that through an RFP process. In regard, they're called Royal Hospital. Yeah, Hospital. DMV, and they do feasibility studies for this type of industry throughout the world. Again, we created a feasibility study. We're not implementing the plan because we don't own the property, nor do we have the funding to do that. We're shopping that a plan around to investors, and hopefully we can get an investor interested in regard to doing that. And we're starting off by having an investor summit in October of this year over in St. Croix to really show off the trade zone, but also to show off the feasibility study and see if we could get somebody interested in moving forward with that.
Okay, great. You talked about the South Shore trade advantages. So can you tell us what are some of the benefits for companies operating in this area? And why I ask because, yes, we know there's advantages for the south side, but what about the north side? If someone was interested in opening a company, a business
1 minute
on the north side, would they also receive benefits with their company on the north side, or they would have to receive those same benefits, advantages for the south side?
No, if you're on the north side, you do not get the benefits. The South Shore Trade Zone is a defined area, and you have to be located within an area. The area runs from the container port, on St. Croix, to the West Airport Road on St. Croix,
30
The
seconds.
north boundary is the Melvin H. Evans Highway, and the south boundary is the Caribbean Sea. So you have to be located within that to get trade zone benefits. And they're very similar to EDC benefits for a period of time, not necessarily the same period of time. The big advantage of the trade zone is that you don't pay taxes for product that you bring in and out of the trade zone. You pay the taxes when the product hits to the market. So it's really a great place for transshipment or a great place for assembly for export.
Okay, and can you just tell us if the EDA has been following like any mainland trends that you plan to initiate in the territory?
I mean, we look at trends all over the world. I mean, that's why we're successful in what we do.
Time.
And basically, as we try to do attraction, we basically look at where the site selectors are, we look at where the decision makers are, and we basically go to those areas in regard to speaking with them and talking with them, talking about the Virgin Islands. We're very basically pinpoint in reference to where we advertise. We advertise in a lot of high network magazines for individuals who do, private planes or who look at Forbes magazine or that type of magazine in reference to business owners. So yes, we do follow trends, and we don't necessarily follow industry type trends. We know, for instance, if we're looking for large manufacturing, we don't have the scale to do that. So, but yes, I mean, the short answer to the question is yes, we look at trends and we do a variety of different things in reference to trending.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may just conclude with one final question. The agro-business, how is EDA working with our local farmers to push the agro-business in the Virgin Islands?
Well, I sit on the local food and farm council, so we just did some grants in reference to that. EDA is there to support them. We have a farmers and fishermen loan program. We have an agricultural grant program that we've used to assist. We're going to be the one administering the agro grant program through the local farm and food council that the legislature approved. So we're in the process of doing that now. We're just waiting for the names from the council as to the awardees, and then we're going to move forward and we're going to issue all of those checks. So we're in constant contact with agriculture. Our incubator manager regularly speaks with the Department of Agriculture in reference to moving agricultural products here in the territory. We're the one that's trying to create the agricultural food processing centers in St. Croix and St. Thomas. So we have direct contact with agriculture on a regular basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. All right, we've exhausted all of the senators that are here. And I too must say that the information that you provided to us today was very comprehensive. We know that the work that you do is not easy, but I must say that you have in a young lady by the name of Miss Kelly Thompson, a super chief financial officer. And I'm, always very interested in seeing the work of our financial officers in the territory. So I want to congratulate you, Ms. Thompson-Webb, for really being able to answer every single question that we ask. It says that you're on time, on task, and you understand your responsibility. We didn't hear from Assistant Director Benjamin today. Do you want to add anything to the conversation?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of this committee and all the members of the listening and viewing audience. I just want to put on the public record that we do have a very professional, innovative team here at the EDA, and the folks that are represented here are all as a result of the work that the folks in the back sitting up behind of us do. So we want to publicly thank all of the team members of the EDA for the considerable work that they do. And as Senator Joseph said, we will continue to press on with whatever we have, and we are always looking at innovative and efficient ways of improving on the product that we bring to this territory. Thank you all for your generosity and listening to us this morning.
Thank you. But let me ask a very quick question. I don't know if you said it in your testimony, I may have missed it. So in aggregate, how many EDC beneficiaries do we currently have in the territory?
We currently have 93 beneficiaries, and we have another 12 certificates that have not been activated at this time.
Okay, so
We have 93 active beneficiaries, and we have 12 approved that have not activated their certificate.
okay, and is there a timeline for the activation?
They have a year to activate, but of course, we can offer extensions also. Because we don't necessarily lose anything by having them in the queue. You know, they just haven't made their investments and stuff at that point. We could offer an extension, board-approved extension if needed.
And the compliance component. So have you seen an improvement in, because I know you've been challenged in that area, have you seen an improvement in the compliance component?
Yeah, as indicated, what we did was we did an RFP for some compliance contractors. So we have some contractors on board that's assisting us. We've moved into the 1-year review, but we still have a long way to go before we get caught up. So we're pushing on to get caught up. I will say that the Senate will probably see us requesting additional compliance officers. Our goal is to have about 12 EDC companies per compliance officer. Any more than that is really stressful to try to do more than that as we grow. So as we grow, I mean, we're behind the 8 ball now, but as we grow, we have to continue adding people as we go along, as we grow our portfolio.
So you're saying that currently how many compliance officers are assigned, how many EDC companies are assigned to the compliance officers?
We have, in some cases, we have 20. We're shuffling portfolios around because we're one person down right now. But they average between 16 and 20 cases right now, depending on the compliance officer.
And how does that impact the employee and the ability to get through the workload?
It makes it difficult. And that's why we fall behind someone. We have been applying, we have been advertising for compliance officers, but it's a skill set that we have a lot of difficulty finding. We were lucky enough to basically have somebody come back recently who was an intern with us, and she finished her degree and came back. We still have one compliance slot open on St. Thomas, and we're going to probably put in for some additional slots as we move ahead.
So basically you have the compliance officer positions within your 6 million, but you have some vacancies.
We have one vacancy right now that's within the $6 million. But as we grow, if we see these 12 activated, we're going to need another person. So you're going to see us come in and request additional people for compliance.
But in general, once the application is made, once you've said yes to them, don't they activate within that year window, or?
Some people do, some people don't.
Some people don't ever activate?
Yeah, some people don't ever activate. Change in business trends, the business may not be as successful as they thought in the States, so they don't move here, a variety of different things. They get better offer somewhere else.
So one of the things that I noted in your personnel listing is the salaries of your employees, and you kind of touched on it earlier. So I'm an accountant, one, and the salaries to me are very low. These are unionized positions?
Yes.
And these salaries that's before us on page 34 of 37 of the post-audit report are in fact the new negotiated salaries?
Yes.
And how does that impact your organization? Because based on the type of work that you're responsible for doing for this very, very important program, these salaries seem...
Huge impact.
Huge
impact. And that's why I said when you asked, I think it was Senator James asked, what would I do if I had a one wish? It would be to raise salaries. I need to keep these people. So definitely I would love to raise salaries in regard to... Let me just say, this was based on an old compensation study, and we're in the process now of creating a new compensation study. We've drafted the RFP, and we're just actually going over it, and we hope to have that out within the next 30 days, and then we're going to do a compensation study and see if we're at a good level or where we need to be in regard to market rates.
See, this is where I'm challenged in the territory. So everybody doing a compensation study. Everybody's doing a compensation study. Based on our limited resources, we should be joining our resources to do one compensation study. You're hearing a compensation study at the court. We're hearing one within central government. You're working on one.
I think
And then the thing is, many of these positions are unionized. So, I mean, nothing prevents you from saying to, what union are these employees under? SIU?
USW.
USW. So nothing prevents you from saying to USW or for the Office of Collective Bargaining, look, my operations are being challenged. I would like to have a stipulation that places these salaries at X or Y. You know that, right?
We do direct negotiations also. I mean, definitely we with the union. You said collective bargaining, so I just want to know.
So you don't go through collective bargaining. So
no, being semi-autonomous, we negotiate on our own.
So you are not included in the broader. Your salaries for these are professionals, your accountants, and I just find that the salaries are very low. We're not encouraging. I mean, you have young people that are. Did you share that you have an employee from the
GVI Fellows, yeah.
The Fellows program, and the Fellows program, I think the starting salary for the Fellows program is like 55. You know, you have a degree in business administration, accounting, or whatever it is. If you start at 55, then when the program is done, you see. So I just find that this is a high level. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is a high-level entity within the territory, and the face of it, as far as the salaries, etc., need to look the same.
I concur.
Yes. So that brings me to asking this question, and then we're going to close because we know that there's some challenges at Charlton Valley High School with teachers and students, so we need to go attend to that for a quick second. But our program that and pardon me for never remembering your married name, but you are a Machina. So I know that there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes, and I know that there was some work being done at Evelyn Marcelli, the old Advent Marcelli School, and also the what do you call the kitchens? Pardon me. The
Incubator.
Clean kitchen.
The clean kitchens. I would like for us to get a status on those projects that Miss Machina Miss Machina Ken is actually working on, because it's important for us to also support that work.
We'll be happy to provide that.
Can we get like a verbal, Miss Machina Ken? Are you prepared to do that?
Mm-hmm.
She's always prepared. Can you escort Miss Machina Ken into the well? Mr. Sergeant at Arms, are you with us?
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Nadine Marchena Ken. I am the Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission, a unit of the Economic Development Authority. The status of the agro and food centers, which includes the Marcelli School, would be that we have received a one-year lease from Property and Procurement, and we have proceeded forward to apply for several grants to work on preparing the building for occupancy. We have put out a RFP and have awarded an RFP for A&E services to make sure that the building is sound and safe. We just want to do that because the building is of age.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to make sure that that is in good standing. With regard to the one on the island of St. Croix,
yes,
we have issued and offered a lease to the family of the building that we have identified, and we await the family's return of that lease. They did have to go through some probate, estate planning type situations, and they have done that, and now they are considering the lease at this time.
Okay, perfect. And that, because I know that about 2 years ago, we appropriated, I believe it was like $2 million specifically for the that initiative in St. Croix.
That's correct. We have a contractor, we have A&E services, we have everything standing ready. We have offered the lease, and they are still reviewing the lease.
Okay, so we look forward to seeing the success of that. And as it relates to the funding for the Marcelli project in particular, I know that you're talking about grants, but outside of the grants, do you have any local funding on the ground to support this particular project?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. So we need to get from you again, because I believe we got it before, but as we work on a 25 budget and some other resources that we have within the territory or within our coffers, if you will, can you please share with us what you're going to need to support the agro programs in both districts, please?
Will do.
We will need to get that from you sooner than later.
Will do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, Executive Director, the CEO, Biggs, in respect to your key performance indicators, you have someone that's responsible for overseeing those?
Yeah, I mean, we develop those within HR, with each department each year as we're providing goals. So the managers and HR and accounting get together and we sit down and we develop key indicators for each unit. And I say unit because compliance will be different and applications, which will be different. But the individuals within the unit, if they have the same job title, they have the same indicators. So we don't modify indicators by individual, but by job position is what is done by. And every year we look at them and we evaluate them and we make changes.
You seem to be pretty steady, though. You're not challenging yourself or your various areas to make sure that there is some challenge going forward. It seems to be pretty level and steady. And I guess we could talk offline about those, but I would like to see where you're really challenging yourself so you can improve. In instances where you have the previous year, for example, in FY23, where there have been some significant achievement, you go on to 24, you made a little bit more or less, and then when you look at the 25, it seems to be lowballing yourself.
Yeah, let me just say, what we put in testimony is not all the KPIs. The testimony is just some of the KPIs that we try to meet in regard that each individual has KPIs that develop for their unit to challenge them to move the unit forward also. So when we say we're trying to do certain things in testimony, it's not necessarily a KPI for any one individual. It's just one of our goals that we create here to try to get to the next level.
Yeah, I was looking at the post-audit report that you submitted to our post-audit division in terms of those KPIs there. So you just take a look at it, and I guess we could discuss it offline. But I'd like to see where you're really challenging, to make sure that there is achievement. You're going out into the next fiscal year.
Yeah, let me just say on the record too that my staff does a lot more than potentially that we could write down. So we pull people from all departments to assist in all areas. And so your KPIs is to your primary functions, but there's other areas that people assist and do things in also. But I can take a look at it and see in regard to that.
Thank you. So then that brings me to the, do you have dedicated staff that's focused on the Vision 2040?
It's done pretty much through our marketing department. We don't have any one individual that's done there. We have Selena Morris, our director of marketing, who kind of leads that. And then we have Kyle Thomas, who his is program manager, Vision 2040 and marketing. So it's a dual position that we use.
So you say a marketing company, but I'm talking about the work that
No, internal. That's internal. That's our individuals internally. Selena works for us and Kyle works for us.
Okay, good. So on the ground, you have staff. And
Right.
you did share with us that you sent notice to the governor to do what again?
Requesting activation of the Small Business Advisory Committee and other committees.
Activation of the Small Business Advisory Committee. So in essence, absent of the activation, that work is not currently occurring.
Correct. I
In
mean,
earnest.
some of the, if you look at Vision 2040, some of the recommendations are at a level that I can pull people into, the governor have to pull people into, maybe the legislature. So it's kind of public-private partnerships where we need
So-
the heavy hand to say, well, we want to solve on this committee and let's try to move this committee forward.
Yeah, so when you look at like our neighboring island of Puerto Rico, they had a whole economic, I don't know what they called it, but it's the same, conceptually the same thing. But if we are going to have a success, and this has, you just have your piece, but if we are going to see a successful Vision 2040, we must have dedicated resources that's attached to it. So that's something that I think from our end, colleagues, we should be looking at to ensure that we are able to see that dedicated resource so we can, in fact, somebody got to be beating the drum. Somebody has to be doing what gets monitored gets done. So, while it's good to hear you have a 2040 vision plan, but it's also better to hear that this particular vision plan is in fact being monitored, and the areas where we're falling short, we're making the adjustments and the amendments. Because as you develop it, you know that as time goes by, you have to make amendments to it.
Yeah. I agree with you, but remember, we were the stewards of the plan. We created the plan, but it's the territory's plan. It's not EDA's plan. It's for all of us to make sure that we move in a particular direction. It's the people of the Virgin Islands plan.
Absolutely, and that's my point, that the people of the Virgin Islands need to know that we have set aside the resources to ensure
I concur.
that the plan is being, in fact, executed, and we will see the fruits of the labor down the road, and also know that as we look at the plan and as we work on developing around the plan, that there may be, the goalposts have to move. It's not, so we have to have a deliberate, concentrated effort around the plan. And of course, you have your role, but again, you basically developed, you were the, what do you call yourself? The XC, what did you say?
We're the stewards of the plan.
The stewards of the plan, but we need to, we're now at the stage where we need to lay out the framework and the implementation of the work. So you sending the letter is a good thing, but I think that we still need to have that the dedicated resources. I'm not saying necessarily you need to sit in your organization. I'm not suggesting that at all. But the dedicated resources around how do we move this along so we could see the benefits down the road.
Yeah, I concur with you, Senator. And like you, I call it an evergreen plan because things change. None of us could have planned for a pandemic, and that make us look at things differently. So this is not written in stone. This isn't a tablet that was set down to Moses. This is just a plan to give us a guideline on where we move in.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to move to close this part of our meeting for today with the Economic Development Authority. But we are going to ask you to provide us with some updated information, an update with your personal listing, your fringe benefits, just an update on your overall budget with details. I know that you provided us with the high-level numbers, but we want to see an update. We want to make sure that the information that's in the post-audit report is updated information.
Okay.
So, even if it's something that you're resubmitting, that's fine. We want to make sure that we are not missing anything as we do this work.
Excellent.
Okay?
We'll do that, yeah.
All right, perfect. I'll allow you a 30-second close.
Yeah. Again, thank you all for your continuous support of the authority. Publicly, I want to thank the team. As Dwayne indicated, we're here because of the team that's behind us. And the team from the person who answers the phone in the office to the person who turns off the lights at night. So we're happy that we're able to present in front of the legislature. We appreciate your support. You've been very supportive of us in the past, and we estimate and expect that we'll have the same type of support in the future. I will put on a record that I concur with the finance chair that our salaries are low for the type of work we do. So if the legislature in a markup find an extra $500,000, we would be happy to take it to provide it to salaries to my employees. So since the chair put it on the record that they're low, I will say I concur. And again, if there's anything that you can provide to us in addition to what we're doing to provide to our team, we're happy to do that. But again, just thank you for your support. It's always a pleasure coming here and sharing information and interacting with the senators. Thank you.
You're absolutely most welcome. Once you provide the data that we ask for within that information, then we are poised to make some decisions around how do we truly look at supporting EDA in a different way. You're semi-autonomous, but your work is very important. You rely 100% for the most part with your operational component outside of the piece that's tied to the industrial area. Park, yeah. So you should look no different from some of the other semi-autonomous type entities that we have. So, it's time for us to relook at it. We have to look at it. So provide us with the information. And, when I look at from the estimates of your possible revenues that you generate around just those hard numbers, you're probably doing something like $350 to $450 million. So some percentage points around that might be a drop in the bucket. So let's look at it, because then it allows you to do what you need to do in your organization without having to, have these restrictions. Okay? All right, so colleagues, we're going to close this section of the meeting. And, Mr. Biggs put me on the spot, but that's okay. I am.
No, you put me on the spot.
No, it's not. You're working within. No, you are working within the available resources.
True.
But we recognize that, the importance of this entity. It's a very important part of how we build our budgets. Absent of this program, to my colleague's point, Mr. President, with the economic development, the EDC program has literally been the saving grace of this territory. Whether people see it or not, it has been after the downsizing or the closing of our refinery. So we have to keep it real. So we want to make sure that this program is successful, or whatever changes we need to make, we make them so we can ensure that the trajectory of success continues. Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right. So we see that the folks from the Department of Property and Procurement are here. So the committee stands in recess until 1 o'clock. Yeah, we apologize for that, but we have some of the business that we need to attend to. The committee stands in recess. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Invited testifier, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me just first apologize to the team of the Department of Property and Procurement, to you, Commissioner, and your team, as we had you here waiting a little longer than we had initially intended, but we had to attend to matters at Charlotte Amalie High School. And before we begin, I'm going to ask you to put your name and title on the record, but before you begin your testimony, I just have to ask you some very quick questions about the status of the contracts at Department of Property and Procurement for the Department of Education. Okay, so we're going to ask you to put your name. Of course, you're here to defend your FY 2025 budget, and this has been a long time coming. We've had to make some changes, several changes. So I want to thank you and your staff for your understanding, and thank you for being here as well. Could you please put your names and titles on the record? We're going to start with you, Commissioner
Good afternoon.
Alejandro, and then we're going to start with my right, your left. Put your names and title on the record, and then we'll proceed to the other side. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon. Charnel Samuel Malloy, Legal Policy Director, Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon. Magdalene Moranci, Chief Legal Counsel, Department of Property and Procurement.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sharmila Richardson, Director of Human Resources, Department of Property and Procurement.
Do you have anyone on Teams?
No, Senator.
Anyone on St. Croix?
No, Senator.
Where's your Chief Financial Officer?
She's no longer with the department.
So who's providing the information regarding your financials today?
We will.
Okay, let's hope that we get through this. You may proceed with, well, before you proceed with your testimony, we know that we learned today, and this has seemed like it has been brewing for quite some time, the challenges that we have at Charlotte Amalie High School with the sprung facilities, classrooms. Are you aware that there's a challenge there, and who's responsible for working on the contracts? What was the contract threshold? I think we approved the contracts to 100,000 before they come to
200,000.
It's 200 we approve. So would you know, and if you can't answer now, we'll answer as you have the discussion, but we would like to know if you have any pending contracts sitting in the Department of Property and Procurement tied to the Department of Education, summer maintenance work.
Summer maintenance, no, not to my knowledge, Senator.
Maintenance, period?
No, Senator, not for maintenance purposes.
Capital? What's the threshold for capital outlay?
So we do have, I think the only one we have pending right now, I'll allow Attorney Moranci to speak to it, but we don't have any.
I mean, you're not really here for that, so if you don't have it, it's fine, but I just want to make sure that we have some understanding of what in the world is going on here.
Nothing to do with maintenance or those capital projects. It were the disaster recovery projects that we were moving
Disaster recovery.
to.
That's what
Correct.
you're dealing with. Okay, all right, so we're going to allow you to move forward with your testimony. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, Honorable Novell E. Francis, Jr., Vice Chairman, other honorable committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and all other persons in the listening and viewing audiences. I am Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Presenting testimony on the department's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget, with me today in chambers are members of DPP's leadership team that were introduced earlier before the testimony. Today we present DPP's proposed FY 2025 budget requests necessary to continue our efforts to reimagine and evaluate business operations. Last budget cycle, we described the state of change, but this year we described the steps DPP has taken to embark on and implement those changes, bringing our territory steps closer to the paradigm shift of new business solutions and improved practices. The Department of Property and Procurement's fiscal year 2025 operating budget request is $20,850,998. Included in this amount are $17,350,998 in appropriated funds and $3,500 in non-appropriated funds. The general fund in the amount of $13,615,046. The business and commercial revolving fund in the amount of $3,550,952. The indirect fund in the amount of $185,000, bringing the amount to $17,350,998. In non-appropriated funds, the Central Motor Pool Fund is in the amount of $500,000. The Central Warehouse Fund in the amount of $900,000. The Gasoline Coupon Fund in the amount of $1,500,000. And the Printing and Production Fund in the amount of $600,000, bringing the total operating budget at $20,850,998. DPP fiscal year 2025 general fund request is $13,615,046, representing a 5% or $70,185 increase from our FY 2024 revised operating budget attributed to personnel adjustments. The FY 2025 request covers the following: personnel services in the amount of $2,823,123, fringe benefits in the amount of $1,264,525, supplies in the amount of $132,681, utility services $450,000, other services $8,644,717, and capital projects in the amount of $300,000 for a total of $13,615,046. The department's fiscal year 2025 business and commercial properties revolving fund request is $3,550,952, representing a 1.4% or $50,952 increase from FY 2024. The business and commercial fund represents revenues derived from the department rental activities and supports employee salaries across the department. The FY 2025 request covers the following: personnel services in the amount of $2,453,288, and fringe benefits in the amount of $1,097,666. The total general fund, business and commercial fund, and indirect cost fund amount to $17,350,998 in appropriated funds. DPP's 2025 request for non-appropriated funds in the amount of $3,500,000 covers the following: the Central Motor Pool Fund in the amount of $500,000, the Central Warehouse Fund in the amount of $900,000, the Gasoline Coupon Fund in the amount of $1,500,000, and the Printing and Production Fund in the amount of $600,000. $500,000 for a total non-appropriated funds, the amount of $3,500,000. Regarding federal funds, in February 2021, the department received funding in the amount of $2,196,202 under the CARES Act. The purpose of the funds was to acquire an electronic procurement ePro system solution. To date, the department has utilized a total of $2,156,397.50 towards this acquisition. Approval of DPP's 2025 budget request will allow the department to continue its progress in delivering 21st century services. There are currently 47 employees in the St. Thomas St. John District and 31 employees in the St. Croix District for a total of 78 employees territory-wide. 23 are classified employees and 55 are unclassified employees. The department's fiscal year 2025 requests for salaries, including fringe benefits, total $5,276,412.32. Our budget request supports the filling of 10 new and vacant positions. The personnel services under completed salaries, the personnel services unit completed salary adjustments for all classified employees under the United Steel Workers Masters Union for October 1, 2023. A total of 18 classified employees, received increases and retroactive payments. 2 employees were promoted in the department and 2 were hired, and 1 in the Division of Procurement and 1 in the Division of Transportation. Unfortunately, the department lost 8 employees to include 2 retirees, 1 dismissal, and 5 resignations. Taking the step to cultivate a culture of a more productive, engaged, and skilled workforce, DPP notably completed and implemented its first and official employee handbook and dress code and professional appearance policy. Our goal remains to foster a growth and innovation mindset, eliminating inefficiencies while building the capacity of our employees. The fiscal unit addresses all fiscal responsibilities from collection of revenues and bank deposits, reconciliation of all accounts, processing of requisitions to curing delinquent accounts. The addition of the requested program manager will be instrumental in improving operations in the fiscal unit, which is currently understaffed. Stepping closer to the unit's goal to improve unit productivity, DPP successfully established and implemented standard operating procedures in fiscal critical areas of 1, payment collection, 2, payment processing, and 3, fiscal action procedures. The Division of Property and Printing is divided into 2 property units, managing all GVI or the government's real property transactions. The Business and Commercial Unit administers a comprehensive leasing program that oversees the processing, administration, and management of all property the government leases to third parties. The unit manages 176 leases with an annual rent roll valued at $4,097,182.80. This is deposited into the Business and Commercial Property Revolving Fund. The Space Management Unit manages 158 leases on behalf of the executive branch agencies for privately owned commercial offices and storage, parking, and telecommunications spaces. The unit also manages space assignment and occupancy agreements, which are agreements between the Department of Property and Procurement and the executive branch agencies for the government-owned space. In FY 2024, The property division facilitated the strategic acquisition of over $10 million worth of real property for utilization and development by the Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Departments of Education, and Human Services. DPP's print shop offers cost-effective graphic design, layouts, and digital printing services to all branches of government, including providing emergency matters for agencies and the private sector. Strives in FY 2025 will focus on continuing to provide quality work, timely service, and excellent customer service while maximizing sales and services offering to maximize costs to the government of the Virgin Islands. The proposed FY 2025 request supports continued operations. In FY 2024, enhancements such as an online payment portal and additional credit card terminals were steps taken to increase collection flexibility and efficiency. The Division of Procurement took concrete steps to support the government's intent to move to a performance-based approach by updating and implementing policies, SOPs, job aids, and checklists to establish a strong foundation of knowledge for employees. The division includes the central stores and warehousing unit and the procurement unit. The division central stores and warehousing unit has recognized total sales of $485,113.50 to date. In FY 2024, it has been able to successfully complete year-end inventories in both districts. The division is proud to report that the Division of Procurement had updated outdated scope SOPs for each employment type and conducted several training and workshops, taking steps to establish the best methods for improving efficiencies to improve performance. In FY 2024, the Division of Procurement completed 232 contracts, processed 9,885 requisitions, performed 132,000 solicitations, and converted 9,360 purchase orders. Outside of advancements in policies and performance, the Division of Procurement the department received a National Association of State Procurement Officials, NASPO, grant of $20,000, which was used to employ summer students to build awareness of the procurement system in the territory. The department stands eligible for next year to receive the NASPO grant in the amount of $20 million. This grant enables a 6-week internship program for 5 university students, allowing 4 of the interns to attend the NASPO Reach Conference in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with other states' procurement professionals. Most importantly, the division has taken progressive steps to integrate the ERP and GVI buy with a plan to enter implementation at the end of the close of summer 2024. While the division is proud of the work it has done and the team that contributed to its success, there are challenges. Of these, the greatest challenge remains recruitment and retention of knowledgeable and experienced procurement staff. In 2024, the division experienced the loss of 3 employees after the departure of 3 employees in the previous fiscal year. We recognize requisitioning and contract drafting as the areas most impacted by the departures, which were mostly due to the department's inability to match competing salaries. Thus, filling the vacancies of senior contract administrator, and evaluation supervisor supported in this budget request is critical. The vendor management unit serves to support the procurement team and was established to exclusively address vendor matters and improve vendor relations. During FY 2024, the vendor management team registered over 1,615 vendors in GVI buy and in the ERP, a number that grew by 25% from the same time last fiscal cycle. The 2-employee vendor management team serves also as system administrators for both GVI buy and the ERP, and has assisted with the password resets, coaching regarding maneuvering both systems. The team has also assisted over 1,800 new and renewal vendors with SAMS.gov registrations to include government agencies. One of its accomplishments this fiscal year is the launch of the revised preferred bidders application and informational, which now allows approved vendors to receive a customized certificate designed by the department's print shop to confirm their preferred bidder's status, a step that has been taken for the first time in the department's history. The asset management unit, a cornerstone of our operation, has responsibility to manage all fixed asset owned and controlled by the GVI, overseeing the acquisition, use, control, and protection, maintenance, inventory, and disposal of all assets. Currently, the unit works with the Department of Finance to ensure that critical assets are inventoried and tracked. However, because of the small team of 4 employees and historically lack of resources, the unit has been unable to undertake its full responsibilities. Despite this, we are pleased to report in FY 2024, the unit has been instrumental in completing the proposed asset management policies and procedures and revising several outdated forms, which was a major step towards self-management. Additionally, the unit, along with its procurement agents, is slated to begin training in the ERP modules managed by the third-party fiduciary, thus taking the GVI one step closer to transitioning from the third-party oversight. The unit's primary objective, which holds immense potential for our department and the government, is to achieve consistency in GVI or in the government's procedures and maximize the use of government real and personal assets. The Division of Transportation is responsible for the management and maintenance of the executive branch's motor vehicle fleet, which consists of 1,961 vehicles and 22 vessels. Last year, we reported that both districts would complete the FY 2024 registration cycle digitally. We are proud to report that the Division of Transportation took the steps for the first time to conduct the annual inspection and registration process fully digitally in both districts. This includes the vehicles being inspected and photographed via tablet and vehicle data being entered via tablet, laptop in real time by the transportation team. The remarkable first for the division resulted in the processing and printing of vehicle registrations for government vehicles, which were also created and printed by the Department of Property and Procurement's print shop. The division strives to continue taking positive steps to become a more multifaceted division, undertaking all its statutory responsibilities. Another 2 major accomplishments are being able to generate monthly reports utilizing the FleetSoft database and the drafting of the first proposed vehicle use operator policies and procedures developed to regulate and guide vehicle operations currently under review. The division's hard work is evidenced in the ongoing presentation of the government of the Virgin Islands annual vehicle auctions, which generate $226,550 in sales in FY 2023. The fiscal year 2024 Syncroy auction took place on July 27, 2024, with St. Thomas auction scheduled for August 10, 2024. In conclusion to our core responsibilities, in addition to our core responsibilities, DPP continues to be at the forefront of advancing the government's technological capabilities. DPP currently serves as GVI's pilot agency, utilizing My Policies, a platform designed to improve the government's policy and procedures management, managed by the Bureau of Information Technology. It enables staff to receive, review, acknowledge, and maintain policies and procedures in a centralized, user-friendly platform using a PC or mobile device. Additionally, we have begun exploring the use of AI, artificial intelligence, to improve efficiency by automating simple tasks, leaving more complex and creative tasks to our employees. We also see artificial intelligence as a medium to enhance the client experience by providing 24/7 availability and responses to commonly asked questions. In FY 2025, we intend to surpass this year's progress until full realization of our goal to reimagine and evaluate the landscape of doing business with the government of the Virgin Islands is realized. This will be achieved by embracing technology innovations, engaging and empowering our employees, and maintaining sound and sustainable business practices. To further effect these changes, we respectfully request the support of this body of the Department's submission of its proposed recommendations to change Title 31 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase and improve efficiencies in the delivery of goods and services and in the acquisition and disposition of real property. In closing, I thank my hardworking staff who remain dedicated to providing the best service to our sister agencies, the third parties, and the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank the Brian Roach administration and our sister agencies for their support and assistance as we endeavor to meet our goals. This concludes our FY 2025 budget testimony, and we stand ready to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Before I do that, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize two of my colleagues, non-committee members, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, and I'm seeing Senator Franklin Johnson. Good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for being here. Very much appreciated, as this is a very important department. I'm going to go to the first senator. As truth be told, I am somewhat distracted by what's happening here at Shatamali High School. So, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Please recognize the mic of the senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Alejandro, Assistant Commissioner Richard, and his supporting management team there with you and those in the chambers. And thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. Let me ask you, what's the total value of VA, the properties here in the Virgin Islands owned by the government? What's the total value, would you say?
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement, Assistant Commissioner. The government currently has an excess of $1.2 billion in insured property.
1.2 billion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. Your rental properties, though, in the post, I just said no rental property was submitted, but I see you have some listing here in your testimony. What the total amount we collect for those rental properties
I believe the commissioner testified that we collected $3.5 million.
3.5 million?
Yes, Senator.
Do we have any outstanding balance for those properties?
Yes, we do, Senator.
What's that amount?
From the difference of it's 4 point, actually our leasehold value is 4.4 million. We have collected year to date 3.5 million. So there is about 6 million. I'm sorry, 600,000 that remains outstanding. About 600.
And what being done in respect to collecting those?
Yes. So, Senator, we have our division of fiscal division that is really understaffed has been impacted by personnel. We had one employee that was pushing collections to make the collections to agencies. We have seen an increase since that time, but however, again, the shortage in our staff has severely impacted our ability to keep that momentum going.
But we continue to collect every day. We continue to send out notices to cure. We do have pending legal action if it becomes absolutely necessary.
So you said that's impacting your ability to collect. What position are we speaking to, and how many vacancies do you have since you mentioned that?
So right now, we have approximately, would have about 3 vacancies in our fiscal area. But I want to note that we are working to fill those vacancies.
What are those positions? That's fine. That's fine.
We'll get the position for you, HR.
I can, the positions is a financial
name.
control, I'm
Your
sorry,
name.
Ms. Sharmila Richardson, Property and Procurement. The positions is Financial Control Officer, Financial Control Officer, Administrative Assistant, and we just had the Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services. So
Okay,
those are the 3 vacancies.
Is the challenge their salary, or there are other reasons why it's hard to onboard those individuals?
Well, the administrative assistant, she actually just retired after 33 years.
wow. Great.
Our administrator moved on to more another employment. And our financial officer, she actually resigned. However, our goal is we are in the process with OMB in bringing on one of the GVI fellows.
Oh, good.
This is one of the individuals that actually was our lift intern, and he shadowed under that same financial control officer. So he has a lot of the knowledge in the zone of reconciling and assisting with the budget. So he would definitely be an asset to us coming on. So our goal is to have him hopefully by the beginning or mid-September.
Okay, very well. And I know you said you only had 3 vacancies for that division. How many vacancies do you have in all, though?
We have 10.
10 vacancies. Are there any other area that's being affected as a result of being short-staffed?
We also have the procurement division. We have vacancies in senior contract administrator. We have vacancies in eval supervisor. We also have the property division. We have a property inspector. I'm sorry. We have a property inspector, and I'm trying to remember the name. Yeah. And our legal, our legal division, we just lost our legal advisor as well.
And are these vacant positions funded at 100%?
Yes,
Okay.
currently.
Okay, very well. Your commercial leases that's managed by PMP. What's the total amount for that division?
The total amount,
Yeah.
the annual,
Yes.
on average, $3.6 million.
3.6?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
And do we have any outstanding balances in that space?
Yes, we do.
And what that amount?
We mentioned that it's
1 minute.
It's about $800,000, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me ask you though, in respect to vendor payments, do we have any outstanding vendor payments at the department?
Yes, Senator.
What that amount?
We don't have that number at this time, Senator.
Okay, through the chair, if you can
We will.
send that. Okay,
30 seconds.
Let me ask you, your print shop, they do very good work. And have you seen an increase in that division in terms of revenues for the department? Because they do pretty good work, top notch, as a matter of fact. Have there been an increase?
Senator Vincent Richards, yes, we have seen a slight uptick in business in the printing division last year.
But Senator, if I may, the large majority of our customers is the government of the Virgin Islands.
Excuse me?
The larger majority of our customers is the government of the Virgin Islands user agencies.
Okay, very well. I have one more question, in respect to the post-audit report. Look, I lost my page. But nonetheless, I must say, I appreciate the work you do. Oh, yes, I did have one more question. For those properties, right, that's being repurposed and or that individuals have issues or challenges and they have been given notice or what have you. And I know we did at least several weeks ago because of our government projects to build and expand corrections facility at the annex, correct? And we approved that lease, but after we received the letter and everything, myself and I believe a couple of colleagues went and took our walk through because we received phone calls. And that operation is unbelievable in respect to the amount of equipment that's there, the type of equipment, high-tech equipment, that basically have actually built a lot of these furniture in here and others. So my question is, when you run into challenges like those, how do you go about fitting those type of situations in terms of relocating those individuals? That's a particular situation.
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. Senator, the specific tenant that you're talking about, it is a bit difficult, but nonetheless, we're very open to trying to assist this individual in relocating on government property if there is something that can work with them. We're very open, we're very sympathetic, and we understand the critical part of the economy that our tenants play in our economy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Was a good political response. Is our tenant up to date? As of when?
The tenant in question is up to date.
Okay, but do we understand? So that was a bone of contention as we made a decision here in the institution. But it's important for us as leaders to understand when there is growth and there's need for growth, we do have government property that's available. And if the government has a need for its property that it owns, then what we do is we make the necessary adjustments. But we do have a responsibility to have the necessary conversations as well with our tenants to let them know this is the direction that we're moving in and this is what needs to happen. I know from time to time we drop the ball, so those individuals get at the advantage because we don't stay on top of these things. But folks definitely have to understand that government is changing. We have a unique opportunity to address our infrastructure, and we have the funding available to expand our, the halfway house? The annex, halfway house, extension. It used to be the halfway house, the annex, the extension, the detention.
Swan Correctional Facility.
Swan Correctional Facility. Alva is Swan Correctional Facility. May his soul rest in peace. He actually was my boss when I worked at the Department of Justice. So there's an opportunity for expansion. So we have to work with the expansion. So we also have to work with the tenant. So there must be some push and pull in a relationship. Right?
Yes.
Okay. You have something you wanted to say?
No, I just
Okay.
I just want to give a little background. The tenant in question, their lease has been expired for at least 9 to 10 years, and we've been trying to find them alternative accommodations for the 9 or 10 years that I've been at the department in the division. But you know, so I just want to say we've been trying to work with them.
Right, so that, it just goes back to what I said earlier. When we drop the ball, then, we find ourselves in these contentious situations. That's what happens, right? So, your business and commercial revolving fund, that's the fund where that's the fund where you generate your revenues that's tied to these leases, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So it says you're projecting 3.5 million. 3.6 million for FY25. What was the 24 number?
24 was 3.2 million.
Okay, so, and what is our potential?
Right now, I'm sorry, it was in 2024, this year was 4.4 million. We are now at 3.5 million. 3.4 million.
So, where are we seeing a reduction then?
Well, we haven't collected the 4 million. Right now, the reduction, I don't know why we saw the reduction in what was what was proposed, but our million, our leasehold, I'm sorry, our business and commercial, the potential to collect is 4 million.
So the potential to correct is 4 million?
4 million, correct.
Okay, and are you on target for fiscal year 24 to collect that 4 million?
We're at 3.4 right now with one more month left. This is most recent. We updated it since our testimony, and we are up to 3.4. Right now, there is concerns because, as you know, we have one more month to collect the balance of that.
And if you on task and we paid monthly on time on task, what is that monthly collection? What should it be?
I think it's about 380,000, Senator. 380.
And do you have your delinquencies what's the age of some of your delinquencies, What's that, the span of your delinquencies? Your age, yeah.
Vincent Richards. Senator, the majority our delinquencies are between 30 to 90 days. There is a handful, and when I say a handful, there's about 5 really egregious accounts that we have going through the legal system and the process of collecting and or evicting them from the property.
They stem from how old?
We have one in particular that's there for 10 years that we've been trying to deal with.
10 years. And is that currently going through the legal system?
It is currently in the legal system. We did get a judgment to evict. They did appeal to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, until recently, ruled in the government's favor, and we have to act. We have to act to get them evicted.
And you say you have a few more?
We do have a few more.
Okay. All right, so can you please provide us with an update on your business and commercial revolving fund projections for FY 2025, please? All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testify, all viewing, listen, and present. I want to go to that fund too, but first, employees. 78 total, 23 classified, 55 non-classified, 18 USW masters increases. That's in classified. What when they have 4 people short? 5 people are short, 5.
Shamila Richardson, the 4 that is short is they are supervisors, United States Workers supervisors. So the 10/1/2023 salary increases was for the United States Worker master employees. The supervisors, even though they are United Steelworkers as well, they're on a different pay scale. So their
Okay.
last increase was in 2021. So that 18 is for just the master's employees, not the
Okay.
4 supervisor.
So you said 4. So then
Yes.
it leaves 1 out. 18 and 5 is 23.
Gotcha.
5.
My bad. Yes, there's 5 supervisors. Yes.
5 supervisors.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Okay. And the 5 supervisors got their raise in 21.
All of them are up to date with their increases up to
Okay.
10/1/2021.
Of the 18, you say all of them retro and everything they owed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they're currently being paid at that in 24.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now you have 55 other non-classified employees. Have any of the 55 of those receive any wage increases
Yes.
in 24?
Yes.
How many?
It was 7 of them. Let me confirm.
Okay, 7 out of the 55. So then that leaves
9 of them. 9
Nine.
individuals receive increases. 9 received in January, and I had 3 received in June. So 9 and 3, that is 12.
so 12 receive wage increases out of the 55.
Yes.
Okay, so 12 out of the 55 leave what? 33? 43? 43 that have not received any wage increases
Not for the 2024.
for 24. Are they slated to receive any wage increases in 25?
Pending funding, and once we can.
Well, that's what we're here for. We're here for the pending funding. But I need to know because I'm saying we don't want to finalize the 25 budget and then you can't pay them. They're working hard.
Yeah.
So, okay, so right now is 12 out of the 55 leaves 43. So 43 people pending wage increases, classified, pending wage increases in 25, but you don't have them included in the 25 budget. So how does that work? I mean, based on what you said, if I'm wrong, tell me. I apologize.
No, you're right, but they're in the exempt capacity, and of course, we are definitely working on increases for retention purposes, definitely in what is owed to the employees. But it has been a challenge in the zone of funding. So we are mostly, if we're more in the zone of filling vacancies or where we can find that additional funding to actually give
So-
increases.
When last have those 43 individuals that not going to get had a wage increase?
So, Senator, if I may, there were some of the employees, I can't give the number right now, but had increases at the end of 2023. Some of the positions were updated and increases were granted. But I would say the department, some of our challenges as well was that we lost positions to give increases to work within the perimeters of our budget. We have requested, and we continue to request for those additional funds to assist with
1 minute.
to assist with the hirees. One of the areas is in the business and commercial fund, which again we had to move some of our positions over to the general fund to be able.
I'm getting to that.
Yes.
But not to cut you off with all
To
due
increase,
respect,
yes.
the whole issue I have is you have 78 individuals plus 2 new hires. Does that make it 80 or that's a part of the 78?
They're part of the 78.
Okay, and then the 8 separations is also a part of the 78.
Yes.
Okay, so you have 78 people that's on, and based on the numbers, 40-something of them,
30
even though
seconds.
they're non-classified, won't be getting wage increases in 25. To me, it causes a morale issue. Is what I'm saying. That many people out of 78, 43 is a high number.
If I may,
That's
Senator,
all I was saying.
absolutely. So what we have been doing right now is, because we are working within the confines of our budget, we have been reaching out. ODR has assisted us in filling some positions that were on our books, and in those positions, making other positions available. And it is from those funds we've utilized to increase wages for other employees.
Okay.
It is a work in progress. OMB is aware, and we've been working with them to do that.
Okay, and I'll just forego because, like I say, we want to make sure personnel get addressed first.
Absolutely.
Two things. One, property procurement buildings, the old buildings. I joined the government property procurement June 18, 1979. That same building, they're having issues.
Time.
Capital outlay I ain't seen for update and more remediation, all these things. I'm not seeing it here. And in closing, the same, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair, the same business and commercial property fund in the 2024 post-audit report, it states that there are 22 employees who are being paid off of that fund. Also, it states that a challenge with the governor's recommendation is centered around appropriating from the business and commercial property fund, which currently, according to FY24 budget book, has a negative fund balance of $1,787,596.29. The governor's recommendation is further deleting the funding by an additional $4,839,130. And like I said, one of the highlights was an additional 22 positions will be covered by the business and commercial property fund. Are you paying in same 24 going into 25 based on the business and commercial fund are 22 of individuals in the department being paid by that fund? And is there funding to cover those individuals?
So the Business and Commercial Fund, Senator, is 100% all employees' personnel salary for FY 2025, 100%.
Wait, say that again for me.
So the Business and Commercial Fund is paying for just personnel services. So all of the employees that we were able to fit on that fund is a 100% dedicated just for personnel and fringe.
Right. I was just asking a number. What is the number? How many employees?
The 22.
The 22 still? Okay. It going to have some issues. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Okay, so the general ledger report for the Business and Commercial Fund says what?
I'm sorry, Senator, you were asking what is the Business and Commercial Fund balance for 2025?
24, currently.
Currently, it's 3.5 million.
Okay, so I think, and that's as of when?
I'm sorry, that was the appropriation for 2024, 3.5 million.
Okay, but do you have a general ledger report? Because to my colleague's point, the available budget, this business and commercial account is in the red by $2.1 million. So we're going to have to get that together and reconciled because we cannot budget against funds that are in the red. I mean, I'm not going to do that while I sit as chair. We've seen it in the past, but that's something that we're contributing to the challenges. Maybe this has not been reconciled. The revenues, I think what the challenge is, let me just ask, how much revenues have you collected thus far in the business for the business and commercial account for fiscal year 24?
3.4.
Okay, so that's what it is. So we just need to ask the Department of Finance. Our post-auditor is not here in the chambers with us today because we're starting our markup process. But hopefully someone is listening from post-audit. We need to request from the Department of Finance the updated balance and to the chair, to the Department of Property and Procurement, the updated balance for the revenues generated in FY 2024 for the business and commercial account. I think once we get that information, we'll see that this 2.1 will change, this negative 2.1, but this is not updated, so that's a challenge. All right, so your utilities. So your utilities, I note that your utilities are reflect from since FY 2023 some $450,000.
All right.
What is your true utility expenses? What were your FY 23 utility expenses, and what are you projecting out at for FY 24?
I can't give the actual account, but I can say that based on what we received, when it was moved out from our utility into the other account, it was $450,000, and this was basically the number that we received from OMB.
That's not what I'm trying to get. Who pay your bills?
It was
The Department of Finance.
Single utility, yes.
Right, but internally, there must be someone reviewing to determine whether or not what the utility WAPA is submitting on behalf of saying that you owe. Somebody have to be verifying those bills. So you should have internally what your expenses are associated with your operations for fiscal year 23, what you have to date for 24, so we could project out for 25. We cannot just have a hard number carrying year on year of 450, because we don't know what that means. So
we'll get the numbers for you, Senator.
So we need to get from your office. So do you currently have anyone in your fiscal area?
I don't.
So you don't have anyone in fiscal?
Well, no, I'm sorry. I have three employees. One is retiring, leaving tomorrow, so it's actually two. I have one in my St. Croix district that is critically ill and is out. So right now it's two employees.
Yeah, because this is part of the information that naturally would ask around the budget. So we need to get back from you your expenses for FY 23 for your utilities and your projections out for FY 24, because that will help us to determine whether or not this 450 is an appropriate number.
We'll get those actuals.
Because we find it very hard to believe that we would see a wrong number for the past 3 years of 450. And then you have a capital outlay of $300,000 for 24 and 25. What does that reflect? And have you spent any of the $300,000 in 24?
Yes, Senator, we did. That was actually in 24. It was a reappropriation of the funds from our supplies account. It was a reappropriation for the $300,000. It was for the generators to support our facilities in both districts.
You purchased the generators?
Yes, Senator. We have the one in St. Croix has arrived, and the other one, I think it's here, and we're waiting to begin the maintenance to set it up, and the third one for the motor pool is underway.
Okay, and you may have said this in your testimony, but what is the purpose of the $300,000 in capital outlay for fiscal year 25 request?
So I believe the senator spoke earlier about the capital services. So we did not, the capital services for $300,000 is to deal with some repairs, internal repairs to all of our facilities. We do have the larger projects in disaster recovery funds that is coming, but it only speaks to the exterior of the buildings and the roof and not the inside of the buildings.
So you're going to have to send back to the committee through the chair again the breakout of this $300,000, because the numbers just seem like we're just dropping in numbers. And of course, this is coming from the budget book. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to Commissioner Lisa Marie Alejandro and the entire property and procurement staff. I gotta again congratulate you on your budget report. Take a look at this, listening audience. Well done, and it's providing all of the details. As a matter of fact, it's providing so much details, I gotta ask some tough questions because there's so much information, all of the boat fleets, the car fleets, all of the leases, etc. Let me ask you real quick now. So in the bidding process, the RFP, the IFB, and the RFQ process, let's take, for example, that 139 million bundle. Property and procurement is involved in those bids with Housing Finance Authority.
No, Senator, we're not. Not in the disaster recovery bids, no.
Okay. So you mentioned here that one of your main challenges is to get the knowledgeable and experienced procurement staff. So what is the solution? You have to increase the pay? What is the solution?
So, Senator, what we have been doing outside of increasing the pay, it's just a profession where it's a challenge. It's one of those starving professions right now. So what we do is we look specifically we're targeting the way we recruit by looking for specific skill sets. And internally, we do have the expertise to train. So that's what we've been doing. But again, because it is so, it's a starving industry right now, all agencies is sort of a competition for pulling staff that has the background.
Okay, well, particularly you have all these leases and all these contracts. That's a very critical need. I want to go quickly because the Alva Swan Annex, the jail detention facility, right? There's a gentleman there, a wood shop, a carpentry shop. I think he got a notice to vacate or you are terminating this lease. Have you been able to work out an alternate location for that wood shop?
Vincent Richards, for property and procurement. We are willing to assist the tenant with relocating. All they have to do is engage us. But the government of the Virgin Islands, at the end of its lease with the subject property, has expressed that they need the property to develop and expand the Alva Swan Correctional Facility, and property and procurement is supporting the government with reacquiring control of the property so we can do what we have to do with the property.
So is he still operating on the property now?
During our last inspection period, which we inspect our properties every 30 days, yes, they are still operational.
Okay. I want to go quickly to St. John because I was up St. John the other day, and just because, I don't want to spread rumors, I want the facts. They said now that the Vendors Plaza area there, when you come in by where the ambulance boat is on the left over there, that you've subleased that Vendors Plaza, and now the vendors are paying the check to the vendor and not to property and procurement. Tell me how that's working.
Senator, there is no Vendors Plaza in St. John. The Department of Property and Procurement has entered an agreement with a developer that intends to develop the parcel number 1A Cruise Bay St. John. On that property, there's multiple individuals that were tenants of the department that are now subtenants of the master lessor. Also on the property, there was a slew of itinerant vendors that just haphazardly set up operationally illegally on the property. And they're now in discussions with that master lessor they're now in discussions with that master lessor as they manage that property. But it's our intention that within a short period, we're going to come back to this body with a long-term lease agreement for that property that's going to see that property develop from an eyesore into something that's much more beholding of what the true value of that property is, and keeping the current tenants that are there. They will have first option, first refusal to become tenants, long-term tenants of this developer as well.
Awesome.
At a reasonable price.
Awesome. Because some of those vendors, tenants have been there over 20 years, long time.
1 minute.
And they were concerned that you're evicting them, but you're not going to evict them. Okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear. I want to go real quickly now and this is an area where, again, you're doing well. Okay, so the leases rent roll is $4,097,182. What was it last year? Has it increased? I was trying to find out that number. Has that number increased from last year? Do you have the number from last year?
Last year, rent roll was about 3.8 million.
Okay, so that's awesome. You're doing an awesome job. Your assistant commissioner, he's always here, commissioner. Okay, real quickly, I want to ask you now, there was that Department of Labor building. What's the status with the Department of Labor building right now?
St. Croix or St. Thomas, Senator?
St. Thomas. The purchase acquisition issue.
We're in the process of closing on the acquisition of that property as well, Senator.
Okay, good. I want to go quickly here now to the you know right there where they used to repair the submarines, right? Moe's, I think, came. They have a hotel development. What's the status of that?
Number 17, I believe 17-3, 17-4. We did with the support of this body approve a lease agreement to develop it into a retail food store, a warehouse, and also a hotel or executive, a business hotel. They're currently, to my knowledge, working with the Department of Planning on Natural Resources on their permits. I believe I've seen them conducting some soil boring samples, and they're doing some light excavation that appears to be testing the soil as well.
Okay, so this department is a budget of 20,850,998, 78 employees, a high-performing department. I'm definitely in support of this budget request, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So let's go back to the tenants on St. John, because of course, our job is to advocate for them. So of course, when this matter occurred with the tenants, they received letters from the Department of Property and Procurement. And I know that you've since corrected the situation as it relates to the communication. But the last thing we want to do is have our small businesses in the territory feeling a level of anxiety, because that's their bread and butter. So we have to make sure that, I'm going to ask the Department of Property and Procurement to ensure that when they have situations like this in the future, that they communicate with the tenants so we don't receive those calls. They may not be happy about the situation, but they have to, at minimum, know what's going on around them. And, that town hall or whatever discussion that needed to be had should have been had to eliminate a lot of the phone calls that came to the legislature. I know that I immediately spoke to you, Mr. Richards, as well as the commissioner, and you guys corrected it. But let's really look at not creating those types of anxiety issues for our tenants. And I know that, Mr. Richards, you may say, oh, we've been discussing them with them for years. Years don't have nothing to do with what's going to happen next. What's going to happen next? hey, we've been discussing this for years. However, we're ready to pull the trigger. We need to have a meeting with you so we can discuss this is what's happening and why. And this is what's available to you once this is built out. Because I do agree with you that it's a great opportunity for the town of Cruz Bay. It should bring, not only commerce to Cruz Bay, but it will also bring up the uplifting of the community, but the space. So, just communication. Mr. Richards.
Senator, thank you. You're absolutely right. But I take full responsibility. I believe we did send out notice in writing via the mail, and we also sent out electronic emails, and I believe that's what caused the confusion as well. But since then, we have met with every single one face-to-face. They've asked the questions, tough questions. We've answered, and we've had no negative feedback since then. I think the property now is much more cleaner. It's not the Wild Wild West anymore, and I've gotten no complaints since then. But thank you for racking me on the knuckles. I appreciate it. I'm not too old to learn.
Yeah, our people just like to be touched, okay? We want to know that you care, and we want to know that you care and you want to explain to us what's going on. We just want to know what's going on. Senator James, Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony, and a pleasant good afternoon to you and your staff.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, how are you doing?
I am well, thank you. Thank you for asking.
You still enjoying the job?
I am.
It's tough being a leader around here these days, Mr. We got so much crisis.
Yes, sir.
Every day we come in, I wake up 4 o'clock in the morning, and I tell you I start feeling calls and text messages, and before I get into the office at 8 o'clock, you're already overwhelmed. How is the morale of your staff?
Well, Senator, I would say fair, and I say that because as we had presented, the department is going through change, and we know how change can make people uncomfortable. In addition to that, we have made some concessions to help them balance work and life experiences. So I would say fair, but it can get better, and we're working to do that. And I think salary has a lot to do with it.
I think it's important that we continue to endeavor to make sure that our employees are being taken care of, that we're taking care of their behavioral health, of course, yes, and most importantly, and as well as to really address the salary situations. I mean, this is it's tough. It's tough here. We live in a high-cost community, and it's really difficult for everybody. So thank you for what you're doing in that area. So in terms of the government property, is all of government properties accounted for? I heard the Assistant Commissioner gave a rough estimate of the value of government property. Is all of the government properties accounted for?
Vincent Richards, Senator, yes.
Everything is by GPS, by automation. We're able to, at a glance, be able to determine that this is our property, this is the acreage, square footage, or whatever, and we're able to have a good handle on that.
Yes, but it's not all centralized yet. We're still working on centralizing all the data. You can go to the cadastral in the Lieutenant Governor's office, and you can find out every single piece or strip of property that the government has, whether by ownership or by easement or some other way. So yes, the Department of Property and Procurement has been working on centralizing all the data into one database that's very accessible, searchable, both from a computer and or from a tablet or a handheld device. But that project is ongoing.
Okay, what about vehicles and equipment? We have a good handle on all of our vehicles and equipment.
I personally would say absolutely yes, but I'll yield to the Commissioner on that one.
Yes, on vehicles, yes, Senator, and as well as our assets.
Okay. I see a tremendous amount of vehicles with privatized plate. Government vehicles with privatized plate. Who is authorizing? Are you required to authorize some of these government vehicles to have private plate? When I was a police officer back in the days, we made sure that we actually had very good perspective of this, because these were opportunities where there was misuse and abuse of government vehicles. Do we have a good handle on all of the government vehicles, and who authorizing all of these privatized plates on these government vehicles?
Yes, Senator, we do. There are a few agencies that has those unmarked license plates. We know who they are. As you know, the government went through the GPS Insight to put those trackers in the vehicles. They are not in those vehicles for purposes, as you know. But we do have a good handle on the government's fleet.
Okay, so those
inventory.
vehicles that have non-governmental plate, a private plate, as we refer to them as, they have been approved by the Department of Procurement. Very well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In regards to funding, have you received any additional funding outside of the budget here from ARPA, from OIA, from CARES Act? During this last fiscal year, have you received any additional funding?
Yes, we receive over $200,000, I think, in ARPA funds. It was for environmental purposes. We did receive the reimbursement. We paid it out, received the reimbursement.
Okay. And in regards to the contracts, you have a good handle on contracts, and what's the turnaround time and average time for contracts to be processed through the Department of Property and Procurement?
That's a loaded question, Senator, but we appreciate it. So we do have SOPs, Senator, but I would say because of the disaster recovery projects, because of the ongoing and the increase in federal grant projects, we're not able to execute those contracts or get them out in the time that we want to, but we have seen some improvement in the movement of those contracts because they've been prioritized.
What will make it better? I mean, is it
Staff, it's
staffing?
resources.
Staffing.
Resources.
Automation as well?
Automation, we have. All of our evaluation process, solicitation, and all of that is completely electronic. Our contract as well is an electronic process. So I think right now it's not about that. It's more about the human resources to get it done.
Okay. And do you have a tickler that keeps you informed of what's happening with these contracts, that in fact, if they go beyond the timeline, that at least you have a reminder?
Absolutely. Our SOPs are systematically tied. We talked earlier about the SOPs. We also did some functional charts that allow us to time the contract. So we do this because we report on the KPIs as well.
Okay. Government property insurance. We're in hurricane season. How are we doing with the government insurance?
I think to date we have paid.
Not yet.
The government insurance, at least it's pending payment, but it is out to be paid to the vendor.
It is to be
For
paid.
government, yes.
We're in hurricane season. Are we good? We will have adequate coverage?
Yes, we are good. We are good.
We do have coverage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adequate coverage. I think the last time we were able to benefit from because we had two events, we were able to get $20 million.
To say adequate coverage, I would not say adequate coverage because we would like to have 100%. And as you know, Senator, as we roll out these disaster recovery projects, the request is that from the federal
30
government
seconds.
is that we have to insure them at 100%. So adequate coverage, no, not to match our value.
Have we seen an increase in our insurance coverage?
We had to negotiate, so we did see some decrease this year, and hopefully next year we do anticipate it, but we are still negotiating with our hull and machinery.
Okay. And in respect to, I know that you spoke during your testimony about recruitment and retention, and you talk about salaries, one of those areas where you're losing individuals. Are you losing them to other government agencies, or are they relocating? What's
Government
happening?
agencies, Senator, I would say, and as well as semi-autonomous agencies that has the funds to do it, like the housing. So those that came forward and have the Housing Finance Authority. We had quite a few employees that went to that department, that agency, and as well as other agencies that were paying more. But again, we've had the discussion. OMB, the team, and the governor is working with us to increase those salaries.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up right here. And in terms of the, are your employees unionized?
Some are.
Some are. And those that's being challenged by the salary increases as unionized employees?
No, both. I would say both, Senator. Both union and non-union are having challenges with salary increases.
But there is some effort being made to,
There
again,
is,
to, right,
Senator, I am resilient, so I have been making those concerns and those requests, again, to OMB, to finance, the governor, and they are working with us to see those increases. Or alternative sources such as ODIA, who has been assisting us in funding positions at higher rates.
What is your biggest challenge about this budget that's been before us today?
The biggest challenge is, Senator, as I look at the budget, the true operating budget for this department is about $6 million. That is a true operating budget. When we remove insurance, which is $7 million, the true operating is about $6 billion, which almost, I think, about near 50% of that is salaries. So when we look at it, there is no wiggle room. Outside of that, I have all my professional services contracts that are completely obligated with the balance of those funds. So when you talk about supplies and those things, it's just no wiggle room for that.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So in looking at your budget for FY24, FY23, you had $895,000 budgeted in supplies. It was reduced to $426,940 in FY24. And I'm seeing in FY25 there's a significant reduction, a further reduction to $132,681. And I'm also seeing that, as you testified earlier, that your entire business and commercial fund will be used for personnel services in FY25. So I'm trying to figure out, how are you going to operate? I mean, I don't know what type of supplies you purchase, but how are you going to operate in fiscal year 2025 with this significant reduction in your, this is just, I'm trying to understand the rhyme and reason. I know that you worked with a ceiling, so you had to do what you had to do. But I'm trying to understand the rhyme and reason behind how your budget is put together. I'm just going to be just very honest with you. So what it appears to me like, and I might be wrong, because FY25, the personnel was 2.7, 2.6 in 23, 4, and 2.8 in 25. So where did you observe your salary increases? Because I'm just not seeing this.
The salary increases were, so we had in the procurement division, there was salary increases for employees. We moved them, some of them was $10,000, $15,000 increases, again, because of what basically what the market called for. So the increases is significantly impact our personnel potentially. So it is in the personnel costs, and as again, bringing on board additional procurement staff, that's where we saw the increases in the personnel.
Okay, so then how many vacancies do you have?
Shamila Richardson, currently we have 10.
So you have 10 vacancies, and these vacancies are within this $2.8 million?
They are, yes.
In personnel?
Yes.
And they're funded at what level?
Some of them are at 50%, and then the others, I can tell you exactly how much is at 50%. Sorry.
Okay, so you're going to have to send back to the committee your updated personnel listing. So I need to be clear on...
5 of them are at 50%.
5 are 50 and the other 5 are...
100.
100.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so please send back to the committee so we could be clear. So basically your salary increases for FY 2024 was what, 200,000 in this category overall? That's what this is sort of reflecting. Is that true? Is that accurate?
No, well, based on my calculations, the ones that were done in January of 2024, it was 93,500. We had 3 in, and that is just the increase of from 50 15,000, 20,000. It was 93.5. We had three of them in June, and each of them, it was probably $5,000 per person. So I'll say that was like 15 to 20. And we just recently, this week, got back 7. And again, five of them. And they're in the category of like 10,000 increase, 5,000 increase. So I'll estimate them around like 20,000.
So the 200,000 is right there at that 200,000.
That is correct, Senator. And if I may, we did have directors that we had to address as well that were making less than our rank and file employees.
But then your associated fringe benefits
44%.
hasn't moved. So this is what we need to get from you.
44.7%.
We need to get back from you your actual personnel costs and your associated fringe benefit costs, because we know that you have a mix of employees. Some are single, some are family, etc. So we need to get a clear number so we could make an informed decision. But the supplies, how you plan to manage with the supplies? Budget at 132,681.
It has been a challenge, Senator, and even in the previous years, it has been a challenge, but we've been working within the confines. I think because the department has really gone completely electronic, it has helped us significantly managing those supplies.
So the work that's done on the printing office falls under your business and commercial? Where does
No,
that,
the revolving
where is that?
fund.
So then your
Print and
revolving
shop
fund
revolving
will
fund.
take care of
Correct.
the expenses associated with
print and
it.
shop.
Okay, good.
Right.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out why did you need, in fiscal year 24, did you spend $400,000, or why did you need $400,000 for supplies if you can live within $132,000 in fiscal year 25?
So Senator, in 24, some of the money was reappropriated from the supplies for the capital project.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the next senator, but I have to look that up.
300,000.
Yeah, I will have to look that up. So let's go to Senator Diane Capehart. Senator Capehart? Oh, that's Senator James? So I'll go to Senator Capehart, and then I'll go to Senator James after. Senator Capehart, you may proceed.
Property and procurement team. It's a pleasure to see Ms. Alejandro and her team here today. I wanted to ask about page 8. It says one of its accomplishments this fiscal year is the launch of the revised preferred bidders application and informational. If you can just tell me or tell us a little more about that process, and if you can explain to the people about the preferred bidders application, please.
Certainly, I will have my policy advisor speak to Director of Policy speak to.
Good afternoon, Senator Charnel Samuel Malloy.
Proceed.
Here? Okay, I was just making sure you could hear. So the preferred bidders application and informational came from our statute that allows for preferred bidders. What we did was revised a very old or outdated application, and we included in it a component for informational to explain step by step the process to a preferred bidder, and they can now apply to be a preferred bidder by the application process using the informational, and the staff also has a checklist to make sure that they meet all the criteria in the statute. After that, if they are granted preferred bidder status, they receive a certification customized by our print shop to note that they are now receiving preferred bidder status.
Okay, so someone who goes through the process and they are not selected, does property and procurement send a notice to them telling them that they weren't selected to do this project, or why they weren't selected? Or does that applicant receive that information?
regarding the application for preferred bidder status, they would receive a response as to whether they were granted preferred bidder status by receiving the certification. And I believe also if they do not meet the criteria for whatever reason, that they would also be notified of that.
Okay, but what happens if you receive a tie bid for goods? Two people have the same bid. What is the protocols that you have in place if somebody has a tie bid?
The standard protocol, Senator, Commissioner Alejandro, has been if they have a tie bid and both are preferred bidders, it's a coin toss.
It is a what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's a coin toss.
Coin toss. Interesting. Do you have a procurement manual for property and procurement for individuals? I know back in the day you had one. Does that still exist? And when was the last it was updated?
Yes, Senator, it does exist. It's on our website as well, available electronically. It has been updated, I want to believe this fiscal year, July 31st. It was updated, and that it continues to be a work in process. So it was recently updated.
Okay, great. Let's talk about the fleet of vehicles for the government. Do you rely on each department selecting its choice of vehicles, or are you instrumental in helping them select vehicles for their department based on their needs?
So yes, we are involved, and we have one bidder basically in the territory that it's a sole bid where those vehicles are purchased. There are some agencies such as DPNR that based on what their needs are, they have the grants that support the type of vehicles that are necessary for what they do. Those are approved based on those grant award notices. But there is one sole vendor that supplies the government for the standardization of the fleet. Yeah.
Because I'm noticing the expansion of different kinds of vehicles in the government fleet.
Right.
Like we have electrical vehicles, we have these vehicles. Do we have mechanics on board to maintain these vehicles? Do they have that special training to maintain these vehicles? And also, does our vehicles have the GPS tracking system in their cars?
To your latter question, yes, the government vehicles, the fleet does have the tracking vehicles. With regards to the electric vehicles, no, we don't have mechanics on the island that does that.
So do you have to import these individuals to fix these electric vehicles that we have purchased and have in some departments?
So yes, Senator, we work very closely with Director Fleming. He is involved in the maintenance and repair of those vehicles. And yes, there is someone that the company works with that comes on island to repair those vehicles.
Do you have a cost of servicing those vehicles?
We don't as yet, Senator. I think a last inspection was done about close sometime to about December of last year with regards to that, and I think there were only about 2 vehicles that were identified as requiring services.
Before my 30 seconds ends, this is hurricane season, and I can clearly remember some challenges as, Madam Chair, if I may conclude, the hurricane preparedness aspect of, are you having communications with the departments in government as hurricane preparedness, making sure departments identify their vehicles, take pictures of their vehicles or things that was recently purchased, that if in event of a hurricane, in event of a natural disaster, that you don't have the challenge of when we need as a territory to identify things to FEMA, that we don't have the documentation? Are you working with departments on hurricane preparedness?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Great question. As a matter of fact, quite a bit of our collaboration with VITEMA this year as well has been in terms of how do we identify assets prior and post storm. So we have been working with the agencies on that. I know ODR as well sent out notification, as well as the department, to all commissioners, etc., the importance of documenting those post and prior assets.
Thank you, Mr. Alejandro, and your team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Capehart, for your questions. Senator Javon James Sr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
1, 2, 1, 2. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question to property and procurement: as far as all government-owned properties, we have a lot. As far as a thorough assessment of what our true value of these properties are, have you conducted one lately? And if not, when last have you conducted an assessment, a thorough assessment of our government assets, or properties, I should say?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, we have conducted an assessment as recently as within the last 9 months when we renewed our insurance policy. In terms of an inventory, the inventory, it continues to change every day, every month. I believe I was here in the body this week trying to dispose of one piece of property to another agency. So, the inventory continues to change every day. It's very dynamic. But as far as assessing, as far as value, it was done in the last within the last 12 months for insurance purposes.
And since that assessment was conducted specifically for our properties, what were you able to do with that data or information?
We continue to correlate it and use it for different purposes.
Because the reason why I'm asking you, I'm just trying to make sure that we're maximizing our government-owned properties and making sure that we're utilizing them. And I think I went on the website, and I think you are doing a great job as far as your team, the entire team at Property and Procurement, when it comes to listing of these properties. How often do you update that? Has it been updated recently online? The reason why I'm asking, because we have a lot of individuals who are inquiring, and I just want to make sure that we're listing all of the government-owned properties and maximizing how much revenues we can collect.
Senator, we do have a platform that we continue to try to build out. We've been stretched a bit thin in the last 12 months. We haven't been had enough bandwidth as possible to complete that process. I will just ask for indulgence for us to continue to work on building out our website and our inventory and making it as accessible and easy for transparency purposes, as well as for local small businesses, as well as outside investors to be able to look and utilize the portal when it's fully built out. So,
and my next question to Property and Procurement, during the last election, not this election, 2022, the governor campaigned and he spoke about the construction boom. And I saw where you had some reference of the contracts and making sure that you go through the procurement process, specifically for the KPIs. I was watching the KPIs, and I just want to make sure, do you have an idea of when we will see a major increase in our construction projects? And the reason I'm asking, I want to make sure that you have the capacity within property and procurement to handle that large influx of contracts and stuff that we will be receiving from the government of the Virgin Islands.
So, Senator, we do anticipate, as you noted, the influx. And of course, we are working to build out the procurement division to do so. And I think the technology has really helped us a lot in past, whereas in the past, doing those practices or those contracts manually has really taken up a lot of our time. But yes, we are working to get the resources on board that will help us to expedite that process. We're working with ODR, Disaster Recovery Office, and they are as well lending us staff to do so.
Awesome. I just want to make sure that you have enough staffing and personnel, because I predict next year we will see a major increase in our construction projects in the Virgin Islands.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of stuff about to be built out. Because when we watch these hearings, or you view those hearings, you will see that most individuals are saying they're like 85% in design phase, 90%. So we're getting there. Hence why I asked that question.
Absolutely.
As far as cost savings measures, with this FY 2025 budget, can you just speak to some of the cost saving measures? If you mentioned them earlier, my apologies. I flew from St. Thomas to St. Croix not too long ago.
As noted, we work within a very confined budget.
1 minute.
But I will note, Senator, I think where we have seen some cost saving, and we will continue to see it, is in the change, how we've been changing out the way we have been doing business. One of those areas in particular is our fleet auction. So this year we were able to add some electronic processing to it, reducing a lot of the time, as well as the financial accountability to have those funds immediately uploaded into the bank and to our account.
30 seconds.
Making the funds readily available for us. Next year, we do have plans to go full online with our action, as opposed to all the administrative costs that we have assumed for the laborers that are there, the employees over time that we have to pay, food costs and those things. So we plan to go completely online with our action next year, and that's one area we're looking to really reduce administrative costs.
And lastly, before my time is called, what is your number one source of revenue generation in property and procurement? What's your number one?
I'm sorry, Senator. But the department only has one revenue generating stream, and that's the business and commercial.
Business and commercial, right?
Yes,
and my time was called. If Madam Chair, with your indulgence, do you need any additional resources, or you're okay with what you have when it comes to what resources you need to invest in that specific department to increase your revenue generation? Do you have enough staffing? Do you have enough IT and technology? Because you want to make sure that you can be able to collect more revenues.
Well, Senator, no. And again, we talked about the fiscal area that is major to collecting those, as well as within our property division for really advertising those properties, putting them out there so that we could really get greater gains in our business and commercial. So again, it goes back to the resources.
All right, I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. So, our insurance. So our insurance, I know that I had this debate with the previous commissioner with regards to your what is it? Disaster-related property insurance. And your insurance is capped currently at, your insurance is at 60 million? Your coverage?
20 million.
20 million what? US dollars?
Yes, Senator.
So our properties here in the territory for the GVA is at 20 million?
Yes, Senator.
and we're paying $7 million for $20 million worth of coverage. That's what we're doing?
Senator. Yes.
So I recalled that I had a conversation right on the Senate floor in 2019 with the previous commissioner about, you're familiar, you are actually familiar.
Yes, Senator, I am.
Commissioner, because you actually worked at the Virgin Islands Port Authority with me. And their coverage was at $60 million. And we did not pay $7 million. Of course, things have changed. But as we bring our new properties online, I'm going to ask again that we hire a risk manager so we can figure out how best to address our property insurance in the territory. I don't know that you have an insurance expert in the Department of Property and Procurement. And what's going to happen to us is, and I pray that it doesn't happen, if in the event of another event that impacts the territory, FEMA is going to look at us very differently. So we can't keep having the same conversation. We have government buildings that we own and the content at $20 million. That ain't even one building. That ain't even the schools. So did we reduce that number, or it was always at $20 million?
Attorney Moranci? Not 20.
Good afternoon, Magdalene Moranci, Chief Counsel. At one point, the policy was $60 million per occurrence, and then after the storms in 2017 and the payout, when we went back out to market, what we were able to get with our purchasing power was $20 million per occurrence, and that's where we are now.
But then we need to self-insure. How do we pay $7 million, $20 million worth of insurance? That has to be reevaluated. You have to hire a risk manager. I know the insurance coverage is a challenge not only for business and commercial, so government is included in that, but it's also a challenge for homeowners. But that does not align. That's putting money in a bucket that does not serve us, because that's $7 million. If we hold on to that $7 million as a what do we call it? A rainy day insurance fund, then we would have more than $20 million. That needs to be looked at. We're not using the government funds in a. I know you have to show that you have insurance, but we have to appeal to our federal partners on this issue because of the insurance challenges that we have in the territory.
Absolutely, yes. Senator. And as we did, based on our last, a few budgets ago, when you spoke with regards to the insurance company, we did reach out to risk management and for risk management services as well. But I think one of the challenges is that, especially in this territory, some of them did not want to do that because they didn't want to be the risk manager because it means they could not be on the insurance, the other side of the policy. And so we didn't get any solicitations. We sent it back out. We reached out to a couple of people with regards to bidding on the project, but that's what the concern was. But we are open to hiring a risk manager.
But okay, that's fine, but I'm still concerned about spending $7 million for $20 million.
Worth it.
That don't.
Don't matter.
The math,
They don't.
yeah. So we rebuild School X. What school is in rebuild now? Let's use
Charlotte Amalie, CHS,
let's use a school in St. Croix that's further ahead. Arthur Richards. When Arthur Richards is completed, we have to ensure 100%. That project 100%. are we looking at what these rebuild of these projects mean for the territory? Have we sat and had a deep dive discussion about how does the U.S. Virgin Islands, how are we able to accommodate FEMA's request? What is, I mean, I know that you are not the disaster recovery agent for the territory, so we perhaps need to be having that conversation with the Office of OCR. But that is some forward thinking that I don't know what the consideration is, because in all of our discussions, we have not heard anything about that. And when you said that today, we have to assure them at 100%, I was like, oh my gosh, we have a pending challenge. And then when you said 7,000 for 20,000, 20 million, 7 million for 20 million, I would have to take my risk. That's tough. That is tough. I don't know that we are utilizing those resources. $7 million is a lot of money in a meaningful way. We have to figure out how do we leverage this. And I don't know what type of discussions you're having around it, but this is very, very concerning. $20 million for the U.S. Virgin Islands, because that's what we could only, that's only what we can afford. I don't even know what else to say around that, other than that needs to be reevaluated and work with our federal partners on this. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Who was there first, Senator Gittins or Johnson? Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I am so pleased to hear that the agency is going to be willing to work with that gentleman down on that side there, the carpenter shop. But Commissioner, please get my number from Mr. Richards, because this gentleman is very eager to meet. He wants to work things out. I think you guys had some differences with him for quite a while, but he's willing to meet. He would like to meet. Can you please get my number? Give me a call as soon as you get a chance, please.
I will send it.
Commissioner, I want to focus a little bit on the Diageo warehouse that was purchased by the government of the Virgin Islands presently and has a tenant that was there before the purchase. Have you worked out a lease agreement with that tenant?
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. Yes, we do have a lease with a current tenant at the Diageo warehouse, Senator.
Through the chair, I'd like to get a copy of that lease agreement, because the numbers that I understand that there was paying for rental space in that particular building is very inciting, and I sure do hope that we are collecting somewhat of the same fundings, because I got some serious numbers of some $300,000 a year that there was leased in that space in there. So please. And then I would like to ask about the status on the First Pennsylvania Bank, which the government again purchased, and no action. I think if we could move the Lieutenant Governor office, because if I'm correct, that's what that purchase was for. We can't be purchasing these properties but still paying rent outside there. So do you guys have any idea on the status of that?
Vincent Richards. Senator, number 12, 13, 14 King Street, the former First Bank building in Christian said St. Croix was purchased for the Lieutenant Governor's office. I want to believe they're going through an A&E process and how they're going to develop and utilize the building.
I think we purchased that building more than a year ago, possibly going into 2 years. Am I correct?
Not 2 years, Senator. It's within the last 12 months.
Yeah.
All right. And the post audit page 5, FYI 2022. According to the post audit report, you collected over $5 million in business and commercial property fund. Why have that amount dropped down to 3.5?
Senator, I am not aware of a 5 point. We've not collected 5 point in the last, I think last year was 3.8. This year, 2024, we are 3.4. So I'm not certain where that number would have come from.
All right, so maybe the post audit have not been updated with some of that information. And then there's a list of $1.4 million outstanding vendor payments. How are we going to approach the pay down of these vendors? And is the 1.2 mil that is owed in 4 budget category, how does the agency intend to pay these vendors?
Since that report that we provided with our vendors, quite a few of our vendors were paid. One of them, of course, were our insurance as well. So we can give you an updated list on that, Senator.
Okay, and with there's some 600,000 outstanding in vehicle supplies. Is this one vendor, and is this payment still in the same status?
Senator, can you tell me where you're in for DPP?
Yes.
Senator, may I get back to you on that?
All right, and then I still see there's $3 million is owed for machinery, equipment, and miscellaneous.
Insurance.
To the chair, we definitely need a breakdown of some of these outstanding debts that I'm seeing here, and maybe it can be corrected if the information is wrong, but I think it's going to be very interesting to really find out the status on that.
Senator,
so to the chair, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Senator. If you can take us to where you're looking at, we don't have no expenses in that amount that I can recall. Can you tell me what page you're looking at?
I had the notes and I just dragged the notes. I'll get it to you. I had just dragged off the notes and I didn't mark the page, which is my error.
Okay.
So I definitely get that to you.
Okay.
And then I want, so let's look at the FY 2022 and FY 2024 and figure out with the numbers the match with the expenditure reports for the gasoline coupon fund and the business commercial fund. That's page 16.
1 minute.
Yeah. Post-audit report.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have it? You have the post-audit report?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for it, Senator. You said page 16? Okay.
Yeah.
Thirty seconds.
Okay, the machinery and equipment that you started with, the $299, that is the $300,000 for equipment, which we've already paid to the vendor for, and that is for our generators. I don't see $1 million.
Okay.
Oh, it's the grand total you're looking at, the 1.4 million, Senator?
Time.
Madam Chair, I'll wrap up with this here at this time. But I definitely would like to have some conversation in regards. I don't want to abuse this time. I definitely would like to have a conversation in regards to that property down by Victor's Hideout, because this gentleman have nearly $1 million in equipment. And are you aware that there was a order went out to demolish that property?
Vincent Richards, yes, we are aware, Senator.
And you guys were a part of putting out that bid to solicit to demolish the property?
Senator, the Bureau of Corrections is expanding their footprint, and the Bureau of Corrections is expanding their footprint, and the subject property and other subject properties in the vicinity are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands, and it's their position to develop the property into their best interest. The tenants on the property, or the tenant on the property which you're speaking about, is free to come to the Department of Property and Procurement and sit and tell us what he needs, and we'll be happy to work with them. It would be much more efficient if they engage us first.
Well, I think I've been trying to make some connection, to make some help. I think from speaking to the individual, seem to be some difference within the agency and that individual. And all I'm trying to do is be a middle person. That's all I'm trying to do, because I could see where we're commerce, people employed, and the amount of equipment that's down there, that we should find a middle ground. And seems like the gentleman is willing to come to meet to have a middle ground. It can't hurt the government to hear and have a conversation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Senator. We'll work.
That's a resounding absolutely. Mine, if you tell Frankie absolutely, you better follow up and follow through. All right, so let's go back. The insurance, the $20 million insurance, is there a deductible?
Yes, Senator, there is a deductible.
Of how much?
I do not have the policy right in front of me, but I can get you a copy of the policy, Senator.
Miss Moranci, yeah, watching your good pretty face over there. What a deductible is. This had to have been discussed.
It was, but at the top of my head, I can't remember the number, and I don't have the policy in front of me either. But we will find it.
We can have you the policy. We can have the policy to
I
you
hope
today.
the deductible don't reduce things to $7 million, you know.
It does not.
Commissioner, this one needs some intervention.
Yes, Senator.
Your miscellaneous amounts is the business and commercial, correct? Or you have additional miscellaneous? I have to.
All in the business and commercial.
It's all in the business and commercial. I need to see what we appropriated in What did we appropriated in FY24 for business and commercial? Because I'm seeing here in the post-audit report.
$3 million.
$7 million. So what is the non-appropriated miscellaneous? $7 million.
Those are the revolving funds.
Oh, so that's the gasoline, et cetera, et cetera. Okay,
Correct.
got it. All right, good. And then we already asked you to give us an update on your funded vacancies and your associated French. How is the spend on the gasoline looking in the territory?
Over the 1.5. Wherein it has been a challenge.
What's over?
I think about 2 million, 2.2 million, I think about 2.1 million.
Okay, so in that case, we know that the price of gasoline has
gone up.
increased significantly, but how are we, so in that case where you see that increase, what is the deep dive conversation that's being had as it relates to now cutting back on the use of the vehicles because of that expense? We can't afford it.
We have. And let me say, Senator, we have been setting some controls on the vehicles. Some of the departments have, in fact, well, you know what? GPS tracking has helped a lot with that. Since we have placed the GPS tracking in the government vehicles, we've seen a reduction more so in how frequent the vehicles was out. But I think our greatest right now challenge is to resolicit services. And we believe we're going to see a reduction in that, in how we negotiate the prices of gasoline.
Well, okay. So your spend is about 800,000 over?
Well, you know, because that the 1.5 that we have, that is the agencies. So it's the entire agencies that we make the payments, then the agency has to pay us back. And that has been a challenge, getting those funds back into the account to replenish the account, because it is a revolving account.
So what does that account have to date? And what do you have outstanding?
So it should be negative right now. It should be, because we've just made payment to our providers.
So please submit to this committee your associated expenditures and your associated revenues tied to the gasoline coupon fund.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay. Do you have
Point of information.
Senator Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sometimes we ask these questions, I'm trying to race with time. And my question about the Diageo property, if I'm right, I asked if there's a lease agreement with the tenant in there. And if I'm correct again, I think I heard of an overwhelming yes. Is it so that there is a lease agreement with the tenant that's in that building that we purchased?
Senator Vincent Richards, when the government purchased the property, there was an existing lease for one small portion or a little corner of one of the buildings. In the building, we inherited the lease and we kept the lease. I believe the lease is about to expire, and alternative arrangements will be made for them to move what they have out of the warehouse out, or if they want to stay there, they're gonna have to renew a lease with us at market rate. So I believe you've asked for a copy of the lease agreement, and it's public information. I will be happy to provide it to you. If not today, by tomorrow, end of business tomorrow, you'll have a copy of the lease agreement. If that's
Through the chair, for sure, I would like to get a copy of that lease agreement, because when I understand that there was a lease, I was trying to figure out, my mind just went running. That lease didn't come through the legislature, so that's why I called back and asked for that point. But through the chair, definitely would like to see a copy of this lease agreement. Thank you very much for your leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the gasoline. So I'm seeing that the actuals in 23, and this is based on the post-audit report, is 4 million. 24 budget was 3 million. That's what I'm seeing here. The expenditures to date is 2.5, and then in FY25, there's no recommendation. Did you all pick that up?
So, yes, Senator, I believe what happened is when the budget vote first came down, it was missing, the line item was missing, but in the revised budget book, it is there at the 1.5.
Revised budget book? Well, the legislature ain't getting no revised budget book. Yeah, we have not received a revised budget book. So did you all receive a revised budget book?
I have a revised budget book.
Oh, God. These revelations. OMB, I know you're listening. If you have a revised budget book, please send it down so the senators could understand exactly what's happening. They have not received a revised budget book. Okay. When did you receive that? Because it's probably in transit.
No.
Yeah, so. Yeah, what's the number?
1.5.
But how realistic is that 1.5?
I'm sorry, Senator?
How realistic is that when the numbers over the past 3 years reflect 4, 3? How do you drop it out down to 1.5? We just plugging in numbers. That's why the vendors can get paid. How realistic is that, Commissioner?
Well, right now, and especially in the current economy, it's not. 1.5 million for gasoline is not, but that was what the revolving fund for gasoline was slated on.
But have you submitted a plan to the governor with regards to the dialing back of the vehicles in the territory? Because if they're submitting 1.5, that means that we should be expecting to see a plan that allows us to say we are comfortable with 1.5.
I have not, Senator.
Senator Gittins, your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Before I get into my line of questioning, just to follow up on something there from the good senator from West with regards to the Diageo agreement. What's that lease agreement amount?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, I do not have that number in front of me. Again, we'll be happy to get it to you. Get it to the chair by close of business tomorrow.
Thank you. You know, I'll also say that it's hearings like these that deserves a follow-up through the Government Operations Committee so we could delve in to some operational matters. Now, I see that you have 78 employees total, 10 vacancies, 2 of which are classified employees. What's the status of the 2 classified vacancies, the property inspector and the purchase order analyst? What's the status of filling these 2 vacancies?
Senator Lisa Alejandro, those positions are for the 25 budget. So presently, we don't have it in our budget. It's for the 25.
And where are these vacancies?
The property inspector is for the property division, and the purchase order, Shamila Richardson, property and procurement. I'm sorry,
district.
The property inspector is in the St. Croix district, and the purchase order analyst will be in the St. Thomas district.
Thank you. And isn't the fiscal administrator position vacant at this time?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Okay, so that needs to also reflect in here. You know, when I look at the duties and responsibilities of the Department of Property and Procurement, like I told you during your confirmation hearing, you have an awesome responsibility in this government. Your department is one of the most important agencies in this government. And that said, we have to take care of our employees, especially those in the classified position. I'm not going to go into the amount of departures and whether or not they were classified or unclassified. But when I look at these departments and agencies and see the amount of unclassified employees versus classified employees, I'm basically seeing oftentimes a legal way of union busting. Because this government have so many exempt employees now. When I know exempt positions, they were basically the commissioner, the assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, director, assistant director, and maybe somebody of a confidential nature. Now today, the special assistant to the assistant, the letter carrier, the groundskeeper, everybody have become exempt. And it's a way to go around the union negotiation process. I mean, as I look at this and I see the Business and Commercial Properties Fund with the classified employees of some 300,000, the unclassified salaries, 2.1 million, and then go to the general fund, you're looking at the classified employees, some 700,000, the unclassified employees, another 2 million again. I mean, this is cars for paws for me. In any case, I also wanted to ask, have you done an inventory on these shuttered schools in the territory with regards to the equipment and properties at the shuttered schools?
Vincent Richards. Senator, can you be a bit more specific?
How much more specific can I get? Have you done an inventory at these shuttered schools? What happened to the property within the schools? The desks, the chairs, the fans, the air conditioned units, everything.
Senator, so any property any property that the GVI owns.
Have you done, the question is, have you done an inventory with the shuttered schools?
No, I haven't done an inventory of the shuttered schools and what's inside the school center.
Thank you. Thank you. In regards to Appendix C, the government's rental properties, can you outline how many, how rents are set and how often the rates are reviewed? Especially given the inflation. Some of these rents seem to be very low.
Senator Vincent Richards, the rent leases that you're talking about, we have endeavored in the last several years to get as close to market value as possible. And I believe every single lease that we brought to this body and has been ratified, they all include CPI increases so that the leases are adjusted according to the consumer price index annually on an annual basis for the most part.
On page 3, you indicated that 100,000 or so is spent by the Division of Communication. What kind of communication are we talking about here? And is there a contract affiliated with this, and with whom?
1 minute.
I'm sorry. Yes, Senator. So this would be basically the IT services that we have, telecommunication services. I think we have provided our expenditures.
Specifically to that on page 3, where you stated that 100,000 is spent by the Division for Communication.
30 seconds.
Can you let us what kind of communication you're talking about? Through the chair, you could submit that to the chair, and whatever contract that's in place, can you forward that to us, please?
Yes, Senator.
Also on page 7, the division received a National Association of State Procurement Officials grant that enabled some 4 interns to attend a training conference in Philadelphia. Have any of these interns sought permanent employment with the Department of Property and Procurement?
Not as yet, Senator. They're all in college, but they have shown interest in becoming procurement professionals.
Time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I close out here?
You may proceed.
I noted that, thank you. I noted that there are several positions that appear to, you have part-time employment?
No, we don't, Senator.
You don't? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. So let's go back quickly to the asset management. So who's responsible for the asset management in the government for the Department of Education items?
Her last name escapes me, but
within you, is it within your? When I say who,
no,
I mean
Department of Education.
I don't mean the
is,
person. I mean the department.
Who is responsible for assets?
What is your rule? Let me ask it a different way.
Well, as a central government agency, we're responsible for all assets of the government.
Okay, and you are aware that we have the challenges with the compliance agreement.
Yes, Senator.
So when we have schools that are shuttered, just piggybacking on the conversation from the previous speaker, how are we accounting for those items that are left in those schools? What is that collaboration between VIDE, Department of Education, and the Department of Property and Procurement of those tagged items, of some of those items that are purchased with federal funds, et cetera?
So I will say that the Department of Education, because they have the unit that performs the asset management, those assets are tagged, and my team is called in. They are actually transferred to either disposition or they are transferred to surplus. We've not received anything to surplus. A large majority of them were transferred to our system for disposition.
Okay. All right, so are you guys still having regular conversations and regular meetings with regards to the compliance agreement and your impact, your department's impact on the opportunity for the GVI to be removed from the third-party fiduciary?
Yes, Senator, we are having those meetings with the compliance unit at OMB, BIDE, DOH, DHS. All of us, all of those meetings are happening. I think we have some every week, sometimes bi-weekly. They are ongoing. And I want to note that most recently, the names of the department team was submitted, and they will begin working within the federal munis side of the asset management.
Okay. Senator Francis, you recognize for your point of information.
Commissioner, is there a trigger that allows for the shuttered schools or properties asset to come back to property and procurement? How does that revert? Is there a trigger, a time, or some mechanism by which it comes back into your inventory?
Well, it's upon notification to the department. And it's the same with all departments. When there's assets within any department and they're ready for removal or transfer, then the DPP team, our team, is notified. My team go out to the schools or the sites, and that's when they begin doing the transfer of the assets. No, sorry.
So even in the instances where the infrastructure, for example, like the old Elena Christian Junior High School in Princess or the Charles H. Emmanuel School, is there some opportunity for there to be a trigger based on time or abandonment or whatever, then for you to step in and secure the property, or what happens in that
Senator,
space?
I will say again notification, because oftentimes we're not aware. So once that notification come, my very small team of 4 employees go out and perform the task. And of course, that is prioritized based on the urgency. But the trigger is notification to the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's just move over to the disaster recovery work that you're doing as far as the contracts. So the Virgin Islands Department of Justice shared with us just recently that their solicitor, so this is twofold. This is the disaster recovery contracts as well as the leases that pass through. Leases have to hit DOJ, correct?
Yeah.
Department of Justice. So they shared with us in their budget hearing that they only have 2 Solicitor General, Assistant Attorney Generals that's working on these contracts. So let's start with the leases, lower hanging fruit. How long is it taking for the leases to pass through the DOJ at this time?
Good afternoon, Magdalene Morency, Chief Counsel. Senator, it varies. We have what we consider a triage process in terms of how we prioritize items and how they are marked for review. So some things can jump the line, but for the most part, it's a first in, first out process. But we have good communication as far as getting things out. So it varies.
What's the length? What's the longest?
Well, the SG's division has been down to its lowest since about April. And so we went from seeing things on like a 48 to 72 hour turnaround, and now some things we've seen take about 4 weeks.
Wow.
And those would be the ones that are not prioritized and marked for expedited processing.
And how do we determine priority?
So on the contracting side, all of our disaster recovery projects, they're immediately next in line. And then in our transmittal letter, in the subject line, it's marked disaster recovery for priority processing. Next in line would be expiring funds and
Expired
funds like grant funds. And now that we're approaching the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. So right now, a lot of things are marked for priority processing.
And how are we dealing with our small businesses? Because they should be considered a priority as well, because in order for us to fund your budget, we need to ensure that we are collecting revenues.
Correct.
I mean, everything is a priority.
It is.
And how many attorneys you have in your office?
As of today, we're down. Well, as of last week, we're down to me.
Pardon?
As of last week, we're down to me, only me.
Okay, so it's just you. So you are the person responsible for touching every single contract?
Yes, Senator.
And on an average, how many contracts do you touch per week?
About 15. And those are just professional services, construction, MOUs, MOAs. That doesn't include the leases.
And how many leases?
Anywhere from 5 to 10. It just depends.
The commissioner, these employees are overworked.
Yes, Senator.
You lost an attorney, or you?
Just recent.
So you down to one, solicitor down to two. How we gonna get anything do? That's a calypso. I ain't telling you. I don't know. It's concerning, and for us, the disaster recovery work is important as we build the 25 budget or any of our budget at this time, because we are banking on the revenues to support our projections. And we've done that for the past, I'm going to say 3 fiscal years, and we did not realize the revenues that we thought we would. And many of the projects, I mean, just Charlotte Mali High School should have been demolished this summer, is still there. So we have a challenge, and in as much as we want to provide all of the requests for the budget, we're going to have to make some tougher decisions in this fiscal year when it comes to aligning the revenues. I heard the governor, and I have to speak on this, shared last evening about the fact that, if you appropriate $25 million for salary increases, sometimes we got to do a little fact checking. For salary increases in the territory, the money goes into one pot. But in this particular instance, not salary increases. Help me out, Senator Francis. The $25 million for the retroactive payments to our employees. Yeah, so that did not really go down in that way. What happened is, when that bill came down to the legislature, I was serving as chair. That was last year. And we were very specific to say, because we noted that based on the revenues, there was no way that those increases could have been paid. So we pushed back and we said, if you want these increases paid, then what will have to happen is you're going to have to send us a letter verifying that you will utilize $25 million of the ARPA dollars to pay for I need to make sure I put this on the record clearly. That this mis and disinformation has to come to an end. The $25 million from the ARPA money would be utilized for the purposes of paying out the retroactive, because we recognize that we couldn't do it based on the revenues. We received that letter from the executive branch saying, yes, we will utilize $12 million from the ARPA dollars to cover the retroactive payments, $25 million. And now we're hearing a different story. So that's not truly how it went down. Right, so not sure what happened there, but, it's important to note that we did not just willy-nilly appropriate that $25 million. In addition to that, I think when I came on board here in 2019 or prior to the 33rd legislature, we started a rainy day fund. The legislature started a rainy day fund we start to fund up the rainy day fund again. Every year, we ensure that we put $5 million from the legislature into the rainy day fund. This was an initiative of the legislative branch. Today, the rainy day fund is raided because of the challenges that we've had with WAPA. So we need to make sure that we give credit to where the credit should go. The rainy day fund was created by the institution of the legislature and funded by the legislature to ensure that we are able to have the necessary resources. So I needed to make sure that I put that on the record based on information that I heard last evening. You have VI Cares Act listing. You have a vendor by the name of Periscope Holding, Inc. That vendor provides what service?
That is the e-procurement system, GVI buy.
Okay, so that's a GVI buy. And the GVI buy is costing us how much money annually?
258,000.
And how much?
53,000.
258?
53,000.
53. That's for the maintenance?
Yes.
And the subscription. And the actual system itself appeared to have cost how much million?
2.1 million.
That's how much you've paid thus far?
Yes.
But there's a remaining balance of, I'm looking at 2
It's
million.
completely paid.
Pardon?
It's completely paid. It was paid out in full since the proposal, since our testimony.
So what's the amount? Because the amount that was paid was 2.1, but if I'm reading this report correctly, and that's it, please look at it, page 28 of the post-audit report. It says 2.1 was paid, but when I add these up, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. So this might be incorrect. That's why I asked. The number doesn't seem, something is not, so it doesn't say what the amount of the contract was. Page 28 of the post-audit report, the last page.
Good afternoon, Magdalene Morency. So the contract is a multi-year contract, and it covered implementation, design, build, all of that, subscription, maintenance. So we are currently in our 4th year, and the total value in the contract is in excess of $3 million. It's a little over 3.
So then, can someone look at the post-audit report? Because that's not what this is reflecting unless I'm reading it wrong. It's probably how it's laid out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's how it's laid out.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at, yeah. Here's the date.
I think it might be transposed or something. I don't know. All right, so can you send us back
I will.
the actual
I will.
expenses associated with the Periscope holding contract?
Yes, Senator.
All right, colleagues. We will have to get some additional information from the Department of Property and Procurement, but we do plan to start our markup process in the next couple of days. So you will be hearing from us. We do have some through the chair requests that we will be sending to your office. You should receive them by no later than tomorrow. You have an idea as to some of what we asked for, but we will put it in writing so you could be clear on what the ask is. Regarding the conversation I had earlier with the staffing to support the contracts and all of those transactions that have to move out for another entity to review. What are you doing to address additional legal counsel support?
So we're working to fill the position that was just vacated. We also have another counsel in our FY25 budget, which we plan to again onboard. And again, ODR, we're working with the Director Williams, also on an additional attorney. We just had that discussion, I think, yesterday.
Okay, so you do not have any funding from the Office of ODR to support administrative type funding to support
I don't.
you are a provider, you are a supporting agency.
Indirect, yeah, sort of the indirect. No,
Right.
I don't.
No, and then how much of the indirect cost funds do you benefit from?
185.
185,000?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so you need to also send us, your actual additional needs, because your supplies is down. I don't know if you're good with it, but it just seems very odd that it was 895, then 426, then 132, and then there's no funding available
In the general.
in the business and commercial fund. So, these are things that we need to look at closely. Let us know what would be ideal for you in the indirect cost fund, because we also budget for that. So we need to be fair in the delivery of how we are aligning these funds. Okay?
Yes, Senator.
Colleagues, I don't know if you have any other questions, but we're going to allow, I say yes, no? Okay, good. We're going to allow the Commissioner a 30-second close before we close today's meeting.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank my extraordinary staff for the work that they do. As noted by former Senator that spoke earlier, the task that the Department of Property and Procurement has to this territory is without saying. And so with that, I must thank the staff. I must thank all of them, the long hours that they've put in. I also want to thank this body for, again, supporting us and our initiatives, your willingness to take a deeper dive into the operations and to see our needs as well. I want to thank my team, my team who has been working with us, my colleagues to assist us along the way and provide the services that they have provided, as well as the personnel to help us. We also want to just close by asking this body your consideration on our proposed legislation, again, to work towards making the Department of Property and Procurement and the government more efficient in the delivery of goods and services. Thank you.
We have a legislation holding?
Yes, Senator.
I wouldn't say hold in,
Hold on.
but we did submit some proposed changes.
Oh, okay.
Proposed changes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. The work that you do is definitely not easy work, and absent of the employees of the Department of Property and Procurement, the wheels of this government will not turn. So we have to figure out how to make this work. We have to give the Department of Property and Procurement some priority in our FY 2025 budget. There's been a lot of asks, but we have to our responsibility is to prioritize the asks from the departments who are actually turning the wheels and the departments that are generating the revenues. So you are definitely one of those departments. So we will be in contact with you so we could get a clearer picture of what is it that we can do to ensure that this looks a lot different.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
And I see that you have a awesome person on your team. We actually worked together many moons ago, it seems like. Mrs.
Malloy.
Chanel Malloy. Miss Samuel, that's what I know her as. Attorney Samuel. So you have a good person on your team.
Yes.
So I want to just congratulate you for the work that you're doing, but you got some work to do. You got
Absolutely.
you got some work to do here. So Ms. Chanel, what is your title again?
Legal Policy Director.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So it looked like since Chanel knocked out the contracts like this, boop, boop, boop. So, well, you have that Delta. She could help you out. All right. So thank you again for your time, and thank you for spending half the afternoon with us. And we will definitely be in contact with you to see how we can support the work that you're doing. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting for August 29th is hereby adjourned.